Welcome to the grand final of Season 6 of the TCS eSports League. This was easily one of the closest seasons we ever had, but no matter how close, only one team can prevail, emerge victoriously, and win the title and trophy of TCS eSports League champion. And here we go, this is the TCS eSports League Grand Final.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is here, the TCS eSports League Season 6 Grand Finale, live from Lucerne Transportation Museum, the Red Bull Gaming World by Logitech G. And it's been a really tight season, but we have the 4 best teams with us here right now, trying to battle it out for the first place and to get some money and the trophy of champion of this season. Right here is Edelweiss Esports. They're going to go against Coco Nutters first, and we also have Sparks Esports and Slightly Salty. Who's going to win? The juggernaut, Edelweiss, who has basically left everything behind them over the last few seasons. Coco Nutters, the underdog somewhat, or one of the other 2 teams, we don't know yet, but we're looking forward to some amazing games. Here's the Coco Nutters getting ready. They look a little more chill than Edelweiss. They're not all sitting at their stations yet, but I know they're ready because I talked to them and they're going to go hard. This is going to go like this. We have 4 games. The first one is going to be Edelweiss versus Coco Nutters. Then it's going to be Sparks versus Slightly Salty. And then from there, anything can happen. So welcome again to the TCS eSports League Season 6 Finals. My name is Strike, and I'm very happy to hand it over to our casters and analysts, the Eternal J, Digital Bacon, Stroby, and Syntax. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, it feels like it's been forever since we had the last LAN. My name is Stroby, next to me is Syntax, we have Digital Bacon and the Eternal J. We welcome you here at the TCS eSports League Season 6 Finals. And I couldn't be happier to be here today.
Neither could I, honestly. Like it was a lot of worry to get here from the UK, and definitely in the midst of all the quarantine, in the midst of all the corona stuff, it was a very challenging effort to be here. But to be here regardless is that what we are, and I'm very excited to get started, guys. Like this grand final, this whole final season could be amazing.
Yes, absolutely. In my opinion, we probably have one of the most stacked season finals we've ever had.
Yeah, we say that each and every season, but Edelweiss seems to always come out on top. But this season is the season. 3 teams tied 8-1 in league play going into those playoffs. It doesn't get closer than that.
Yes, exactly as you said. But before we talk about the big names, like we could start with a team like Sparks Esports, who have been kind of like a perfect rookie story, basically. They came in through the playoffs. They first had to take down Irie Legacy and went on to take down Lutix, and they made it to the finals here. And yeah, as I said, like a rookie story.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sparks Esports, a new roster coming into the season. We didn't quite know what to expect from them coming into this. With Squixel, Martin and Banana Man. Squixel, a very young prodigy in the Swiss scene, has proven himself time and time again this season. I'm a big fan. And together with Martin, who has been in the Swiss scene for quite a bit, and Banana Man, also household name, I think is a pretty dangerous roster.
Yes, absolutely. Their captain Martin has some things to say about this.
Ich bin Martin von Sparks Esports. Vor 4 Jahren habe ich mal die allererste Liga mit Safari gewonnen. Ich habe ihn entdeckt, aufgebaut und jetzt ist er der 5-mal-Winner. Das gleiche habe ich mit Squix gemacht Ende 2020 und jetzt ist seine Zeit gekommen. Die Safari-Ära ist zu Ende. Jetzt ist die Squix- und Sparks-Ära da.
Always towards that backboard, more in the idea of a set-up play.
Going for the 50-50! Squixel! Pitching that into Martin. What a beautiful passing play! That's going to work out amazingly!
Jungs, ich sage nur eins. X-Gon give it to you.
Yeah, Martin's talking like he's the big sensei of League. Like, yeah, I made Safari, the monster that is Safari now. But he's quite right. He's been around for quite some time in Swiss League. Me and Syntax, we know him pretty well from the early days. He played under a different name then. But first, I want to touch on the big name there, Squixel, in their lineup, which I think is one of the most promising players in Switzerland right now.
Yeah, when we look at Squixel, who's super young as well, he's sort of come on in to the TCS, back on Team Septic, getting picked up by Sparks, of course. On that season, he was alongside Storm and Kiev. Kiev, another old dog since Season 1, of course. And he's just completely grown to the point where he is becoming a serious threat within Switzerland. And, I mean, everyone's looking to next season and going, Squixel is going to be the next best player within Switzerland. And that's coming from everyone, even the pro players like Safair, Mirrorwing and such, where they're going, he is scary to face up against.
Yes, and he's followed by two very disciplined players, Banana Man and Martin, which I think give him a solid base, almost. I see Martin as a very defensive player or all-around player, and Banana Man kind of fills the gaps. What's your perception of this?
I think that you're 100% right on that. It's a very solid sort of core and surrounding for Squixel. I've always rated Banana Man as a player. There is a caveat to this Sparks side, though, in knowing that they haven't got all their players on LAN today and for the rest of this weekend. So Banana Man's actually playing from the UK at his home. So I'm not sure how much that will affect the lineup and their performance, but in terms of the elements that are there, they definitely feel like they've got that solid base. We've been speaking to Martin over the course of the season, Bacon, and he was saying that he wants to leave the team to give Squixel the room to breathe and become like the player that he should be. So even though he's got a decent supportive basis, it looks like for everyone, even on the players of the team, all eyes are on Squixel for this tournament.
Yes, absolutely. We've got some highlights prepared from you from Sparks eSports. Syntax, do you think Sparks are like the pop-off style team?
You know, with Squixel, they definitely could be. I think he has a very good, or his teammates, Banana Man and Martin, are very good behind him. And the thing is, he's a very young, very promising player. His mechanics are great. His pace is great. And Martin, a player with, in my opinion, very good game knowledge and can also play very, very well as well. I think that combination with him and Martin, also Banana Man backing them up, could be a very dangerous lineup. They've proven this season. But of course, this is a whole new story. We're on LAN. All the teams are here, and they could do some damage, but will they show up today? That's the question.
Yeah, that will be the question. But enough about Sparks. Now we got 3 other teams. Next we have Slightly Salty. I always get a little bit confused, but like their short is NaCl, and I'm always like, well, what's the name called?
That is the chemical compound for salt.
Yes.
That's a really, really smart tag. Credit to the guys on Slightly Salty, because I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, it's genius, but I'm looking at my notes like, which team again? Oh yeah, Slightly Salty. No, but I think from what I can see, it's Shushu, it's Timo, and it's Carbo. Yes, and it's like a patch-up team from different players which played on different teams last season. But they came in as like a dark horse, but they established themselves as pretty dominant players, Syntax.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of like the off-season surprise, in my opinion. You know, they came out of nowhere. I think the roster was very promising when we first heard of them. Shuju, previously on Lausanne, was able to gather a lot of experience. He's been around for a while, and I think he's in his prime right now. He's in a very good spot. And together with Timo, who's a very confident player as well, and Corbo is just a great addition to those two players as well. He's not going to be able to be here today, so he's playing from home in Germany. But Corbo also a great addition to that Slightly Salty roster. I think Corbo had a great performance during the season. We'll see if he can do that today. He should be in his comfort zone at home, so we'll see if that changes anything. But I'm a big fan of that roster.
Yes, we caught up with Silas, a player like I think substitute of Slightly Salty before the finals, and he had something to say about his team as well.
Salut zusammen. Wir werden am Finale nicht nur Slightly Salty sein, wir werden sogar ein bisschen zu gut sein für Teams wie Edelweiss und Coconutters. Und Sparks, die hätten gerade daheim bleiben können. Also macht euch darauf gefasst, wir werden das Ding gewinnen.
And make it sting and then get him to win 3 is...
A bit later on or earlier on in the brackets. But Salty aren't going down without a fight.
Ich könnte eigentlich jetzt schon in die Luft strecken, aber ich glaube, wir warten noch bis nach den Finals.
I love how cocky everybody is in these ones. Like, oh, Sparks, they could already go home. No, but I want to touch on one specific player here, Carbo. And to me, it seems like he has been their standout player throughout the season. He's top of the average goals, average saves, whatever. Bacon, how do you see Carbo as a player? How does he fit in?
Carbo's coming on in as an international player with tons of mechanical skill behind him and confidence in what he can do. Don't get me wrong, you've got Juju over there, who's always been known as being mechanically good. Heck, he's been to the last 3 finals, hasn't he? On different teams, of course. But Carbo coming on in has sort of given Timo largely so much life. Timo has really stepped up his game as well, but it's all coming off the back of Carbo, who is just so damn consistent with his plays that his teammates know that the ball's going to be coming to him. They know that pass is going to connect, and it's just because Carbo is that damn good.
Yes, a funny note. I think Shushu had the most, or was most contender for goals of the week during the season. So he has an absolutely pop-off potential, and his goals are always from the greatest chaos. It goes into some weird tohuwabohu in front of the net, and finally he scores. So definitely pop-off potential here. We've got some highlights from the season as well prepared, and I think you can see some of these goals from Shushu. Would be absolutely amazing.
100%. Yeah. I mean, just the first highlight right there was a goal from him, and I remember even back in his debut season in the TCS eSports League, he was always that guy we looked at to do something absolutely nuts, which would become the difference maker for his team. So it's not just the fact that he's scoring goals, he's scoring the most impactful ones at that. So I'm looking towards him as being one of the main players. You mentioned Carbo, who obviously is going to be one of the guys, but if you want to see some style points, Juju's your man.
Yeah, and you can't count out Timo because he's been a staple of TCS eSports since season 1. He's been there, and it shows. It really shows.
Timo hasn't been to a LAN final or to a final since season 3. And I can remember during that season 3 final, a little after party, and that was next season, I'm going to get them, I come back stronger, and it just did not happen for 2 seasons. And it's that passion. He is not done until he wins. We were thinking, coming in off the last season, that, who knows, maybe Timo, he was sort of considering retiring, and then he comes back and goes 8-1 in league play. This lad is just not done until he wins it. He is just going to keep on hammering out.
Yes, we're gonna see how they do, how well they do later. But now we come to the Titans, the Colossus of TCS eSports League. Edelweiss, is it gonna be a 6th title or not?
Oh, that's a tough one because
right to it.
That's the thing, right? As Bacon was saying at the start of it, every single season seems like it's the most stacked season of TCS ever. But Edelweiss always find a way. Also, Vetchin even before, they always find a way to be able to win it. But there's something about this season, something about the other Titans, which we'll get to in a minute, that might just about make me doubt their immortality for a little bit here in this bracket.
Yes. We caught up with Safair before the finals, and he's a really keep calm and improve.
Wir sind Edelweiss eSports. Wir sind das coolste, das beste und das gemütlichste Team in der ganzen TCS eSports League. Mega viel weil dass meine Ära endlich fertig ist nach dem 5. Titel. Aber ihr werdet es sehen an den Finals.
Upside down, of course he's going to do it. He's been impressed by the first touch.
That's what you're able to do as a team as well. And we'll look at this sort of series-wise and sort of
Die Season wird spannend. Aber wir auch lösen.
I love how he's just the big boss talking down. Yeah, you're gonna see at the finals. What for me an interesting part about Edelweiss is that at the start of the season it seemed shaky, really shaky. But then they added Polar to the roster, and I think since then that's a massive improvement, right, Syntax?
Hey man, I mean 5 times winners, that says something for itself. But now they got Polar, Safair and Mir, they're one of the longest standing duos in Switzerland, right? They have proven themselves time and time again. They've switched up their third teammate quite a bit. Now they're with Polar, and he's actually here now on LAN, so he was able to travel to Switzerland to be here. And
awesome.
they have been boot camping this week. And Edelweiss, they have been the first team here today. They have been practicing. I think they are really prepared. They are the raid boss, as I said, of these finals. And the addition of Polar together with that long-standing duo, I think a lot of damage to have been made here.
Yeah. Jay, Safar and Mirrorwing, one of the longest standing duos in Switzerland. How do you see their improvement from like season? I don't, when did they start the team? Season 2? I think season 2. The improvement they made to now season 6.
It's a bit of a weird one because I think it's been very subtle, their changes. Like they've always had that third man and that rotating door of players coming in and out. You know, guys across the gambit of Bato and Yagi in the past. And we talk about Zafar and Mira being sort of rock solid individuals. Zafar kind of being the captain and star to a certain extent, and having a third player as well to be able to do damage. And I feel like it's not been as noticeable to the casual naked eye. It's been a bit more of a careful, strategic kind of play, which you really need to look out for overall. But it definitely is getting better. Zafar himself has said before that the talent in TCS is always getting better. Every single season when we start off and interview him, we talk to him during the media days, he's always like, the talent's getting better, the competition's getting harder, it's more and more tough for us. But they always find a way to be able to improve. It's that championship mentality that I think is the ultimate difference maker for Zafar and Mira.
Yes, we've also got some highlights from Edelweiss to show you, and to me what stands out, I was talking to Zafar before the event, and he was telling me that since Polar joined the team, there's always this safety in the team. There's always someone back, someone receiving the ball, which also enables them to like constantly rotate in and out, and that's something like you can see it in the replays. That's something really reassuring for a team member, right?
So when we looked when Batu was on the roster, you could see that Safar had to take more of a defensive approach because they weren't confident in having a man back. Whereas now you see Safar once again getting into the attack, and that's really where he is best. Mira's been taking a lot more of a first man approach, which then allows him to rotate on back to net. And then you've got Polar, who is basically just attack and defense. There is no midfield for him. He's just on both ends. But that's because he can recover so quick. He's always got like 20 boosts left in the tank after attacks that he can quickly dart back into defense. And the team is just so secured there. They've still got a couple of things to iron on out, but just on a baseline, that baseline is so high.
I can't wait to see them play, but we first have to take a look on the first seed of this season, and this is Coconutters with Texo. And Texo was always a really hungry player, hungry for that win, but it was always like second place. But I think now he's even hungrier now, and he's shown in the season that Coconutters, they have improved massively, and that they're now a real force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, Coconutters, this is going to be their second shot at the title here in this tournament. They were there in Season 4. They had a chance at Season 3 as well because they qualified for that particular event, but they couldn't quite make it due to, again, international travel issues. But when it comes to this team, like you mentioned, they are just as hungry as anybody else would be for this title. And you mentioned Texo being the main sort of guy, the captain, the stalwart of this roster. It is his project. He's always made the decisions. He's picked out players who are just so incredibly good across the board. You know, you think about players who've been part of this lineup. You know, Safix, for example, is another Danish breakthrough prospect in RocketLeague who I think could potentially be a decent international player at certain points. So there's a lot of great talent that he's been able to find, and I think he's finally found a roster that, again, makes me doubt whether or not Edelweiss are immortal in the finals.
Yes, we'll see about that. Texo was also here and had some things to say about his team as well.
Oder wie man es auch in ein paar Stunden nennen wird, Gewinner von der Liga. Wir haben die ganze Season nach Konkurrenz gesucht, aber leider vergebens.
It's where this team can be very based in. Yagi, oh look at Yagi, look at Yagi!
The lads over on Coconuts taking the lead.
Banana Man looked helpless there, rightly so.
Wirklich gar keine Konkurrenz.
Okay, Syntax. A fist fight between Texo and the grown-up pair. Who would win?
I mean, we just saw him in the video. I don't want to go up against that, so I'd give him all the odds, you know.
Yeah.
But it's a very dangerous team. I think we have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is sadly not in the room because he's at home. But it's that monster, a European powerhouse who joined the roster this season. It's just an unbelievably good player, and to have someone like this coming into the roster for this season, and you see how it worked out together with Texo. He also picked up Yagi, who played with Safar before, who's also a successful player in the Swiss scene. So Texo really built up a powerhouse for this season, and I think it shows. And I kind of have to agree with you, Jay, on that it might get dangerous for Edelweiss.
Well, it sort of feels like this team was constructed entirely to take down Edelweiss. You know, you've got Dead Monster ROCS player from this season, coming in alongside Yagi. Yagi being the lad who was alongside both Safair and Mirrorwing when they got into the RLRS, when they won Season 2 of the TCS Esports League. And it seems like a great response when it comes down to Edelweiss to bring in Polar, who was Dead Monster's teammate. This is like just the best story we've ever had between two teams.
Yes, absolutely. I think Coconut is also a team with high mechanical prowess. I think from all the teams we have, like just looking at raw mechanics, I think Texo, Dead Monster, and Yagi, who have played a lot of ones. Like I know Texo as a ones player, for example. There's just so much mechanical prowess, but it really depends on whether their game plan is okay. We take the ball and we score, or is it more like comparative Edelweiss, where there's a lot more structure in this system. But we don't have to wait long to see, because we got the first match coming up between Coconutters and Edelweiss. And we're really hyped to see this. I'm really hyped to hear the cast and see the match. And we'll be back with you after a short break.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Diese Season ist vieles anders, aber vor allem, dass wir gewinnen werden.
Hallo zusammen, wir sind eSports.
Et on est là pour défendre le titre.
E se non vincete, siete licenziati.
Okay, I just love that recurring theme with the coconuts. Yeah, especially as it's like really fitting. But coconuts, it almost seems like a name you put like, okay, we're gonna play ESL. Oh no, we need to sign up. Okay, we tell coconutters. It almost seems like. But back we got the match, and we got like a high stakes match, because not only is it the match to like get into the grand final and be one game up over the opposition. Also a qualification match for the International Masters. And those two factors at stake, we can just look forward to a beautiful match of Rocket League, right, Jay?
Absolutely. I mean, going back on this whole rivalry between Edelweiss and Coconut, as you remember back to week 7, and that was our match of the season up until the end of the season itself, because Coconut and Edelweiss at that time, they were the two teams competing for that first place position, which Coconut eventually ended up winning out. For Edelweiss, it was a huge match for them, which they were able to just about win overall, but it was a 5-game absolute bloodbath. And I mean that in the purest sense of the word. Every tactic, play, mechanical piece of skill you could find, they brought it to the table. So I'm expecting this one, just coming into this this first match, to be just as much as Bagman.
Yes, Syntax. Who's gonna win?
Oh, you're getting right into it.
I'm getting right into it.
This is the big questions. Okay, I'm so happy we're finally here. Yeah, it's getting serious, man. You know what? Edelweiss, Coconut, as you said, it's a banger matchup. When we're going into predictions now, I have to side with Edelweiss, but it's going to be a tough one for them. I think Edelweiss, as I said before, they were the first ones here. They were boot camping this week. They got Polar here sitting next to them. They got so many things going for them right now. I think they're really confident. I talked to Sefer as well. I think he's really ready to be here. Coconutters wasn't able to talk to them. Just looking at the players, looking what they did this season, it's just very promising. I do think, though, Edelweiss should take this in a 3-1, but I wouldn't be surprised if Coconut stepped up here the way they were playing. But for the moment, I'm siding with Edelweiss.
Give me a results.
3-1.
3-1. Okay, great. 3-1 for Edelweiss. Syntax. 3-1 for Edelweiss.
Yeah. Of course, sorry.
There's the shadow.
Wasn't my speech clear enough?
No, there's the shadow of the shadow of a climber, and it's pretty distracting. I completely understand. No, Bacon.
It's got to be 3-1 Edelweiss as well, and it's purely just because they came in, not only prepping yesterday for this, but coming in at like 1 p.m., 4 hours early, just to hop on the computers to get ready, sort of like figure out, okay, this might be a delay, this is what the setup's like, I can get used to the monitors, the refresh rates and all of that, because, we've got some good systems here, which maybe players don't have at home. Whilst you look over on the Coconut side, they've been quite quiet and reserved. Yeah, they haven't wanted to talk to us, they've just been sitting over on their PCs, because of course where they're first up they're allowed to get set up first, but they've sort of just been sitting there chatting on their phones, and you're just like, don't you want to just like test it out? It's a weird atmosphere, it's a weird aura, but it's Coconuts. They're getting at least a game.
Yeah,
at least a game.
At least.
I'm not sure I have as much faith in them as you guys do, to be honest. Sorry, as much faith in Edelweiss, I should be more specific, actually.
Okay.
That might have been a bit bush-butting. Because to be honest, I'll answer your question, Stroby, with another question. Do you have a coin? Right? Because I'll just flip that, and whichever one it lands on will be my choice.
Yeah, fair.
Again, going back to that season matchup, it was a 3-2. There were points where we thought it was going to be a Coconutters series, and we thought with all the momentum on the Coconutters coming into that matchup that might be the case, and you could argue a similar thing here. Edelweiss was able to beat the odds in that particular matchup, so I imagine they will, but for me, I could see Coconutters winning this one as well, and I'm going to go 3-2 actually to the favour of Edelweiss. I think that it could become a single game to make the difference between both of these sides. And I'm not picking Edelweiss with absolute confidence here. If I could give like a percentage, I'd give it maybe, 55% confidence in Edelweiss.
You sound like Twitch chat right now.
So, Stroby?
I'm with Jay here. Yeah, really, it's do you have a coin? But in comparison to you two guys, I give Coconutters a bigger chance, a lot bigger chance. I think that it could be quite possible that we see Coconutters winning this matchup. But at the same time, yeah, Edelweiss, they're so prepared. I've never seen finals teams so ready as they are, and so that really makes me wonder. But I think I go with Coconutters for this one, a 3-2, a close 3-2 for Coconutters.
You had a tough time getting that out.
Yeah.
I had to have a moment to think whether he was going to escape this or whether he was going to go the other way.
I was scared of the hot sauce.
But guys, we look at this one, you got to think this could be a game which is the grand finals. Like, these are the two teams that you expect to get all the way to those grand finals. But Edelweiss have never, let's just theoretics right now. Let's go the Stroby path. Edelweiss drop. They've never been in a lower bracket.
Yeah,
do they just drop out? It's unknown atmosphere for them.
Could be interesting. But we're not going to wait any further. Me and Syntax going to take a break. We give it over to Bacon and Jay for the casting. See you after.
Oh, thanks, guys. Yes, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, most certainly, Bacon. I look at this whole scenario, I look at these teams, I look at this match, and I think to myself that it's going to be a banger. That much is almost undebatable at this particular point. I look at this match, I look at these teams, and I look at these players, and again, I think it could be a complete coin toss. You seem to have a bit more faith in the Edelweiss side, though. Give me some more specifics as to why.
So it just comes down to their preparation and the on-LAN atmosphere that Edelweiss always have. When we look through, let's just take the last two finals. Edelweiss only dropped 3 games. Not 3 matches or anything, just 3 games. And that's an incredible stat out of the possible, 4 series, right? Only dropping 3 is such a small number. when it comes to a LAN final, when the pressure is well and truly on, that's when this team goes the distance. Now, Coconuts has before, in previous LANs, 1, not been able to attend, 2, drop in 4th way back in season 4, was it? And then last season, of course, going pretty far, but again, that was in an online atmosphere. Now that we get to in LAN, in person. Now, Yagi, we've seen him beforehand, you know, like we said, winning season 2, but when it comes to this, with new teammates beside him, Texo's a good, like, you know, benchmark for his team. He's a good cornerstone, good foundations to the squad, but is he the hype man? Is he going to be the cheerleader that every team needs to pick them up if they go down a game or go down 2?
I mean, I honestly look towards other elements of that particular side. The main one that stands out to me on the Coconut side is Yagi, for example. And that's something we can also bring to light here. We've got a few players who have been former teammates, and Yagi probably is the most famous of them all. He was part of the Cadet Geneva, now Edelweiss roster, who went to RLRS. And he was arguably part of the best Cadet Geneva roster that we ever had. So for him, I guess he's probably, I don't know if he's got a chip on his shoulder per se, but you also look at him and you think to yourself that he's probably got a little something to prove, and it would be beautiful to be his old teammates, Bacon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we see a couple of like Salt Bay taunts of that across, you know, because that is just such a beautifully delicious bit of revenge, you know, getting kicked off that roster because, you know, sometimes you just get little disputes or not on the same page when you want to put down work ethic. You know, sometimes you can get players that are just like, oh, I can't scrim as much as you guys, you know, I've got school to do. And players that want to go to distance, like Edelweiss have, like we said, they tasted RLRS and RLCS. They want to get back to that level, but at the same time, TCS for them is always their stomping grounds. This is the one they take. They do not drop a single series in finals, which is just absolutely nuts. And Yagi, I think he's got the passion to upset his teammates here, and Texo saw that and brought him on.
Again, this is the first time I genuinely believe that Edelweiss are mortal. We've seen it over the course of this season. They have lost series in the regular season, and yeah, as you mentioned, online versus offline stuff, and all that regular jazz. But I look at this and I think to myself that if there's one team I could see beating the Edelweiss side out of all the squads involved, I give every squad a little bit of a chance at the very least. But in terms of the most likely team, it's got to be Coconuts, you know, like, and they've always kind of been like that since they were first, since their rookie season of season 3. So I look to them as always having the lineage and the potential behind them to be able to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, because when we look at, say, the Edelweiss versus Slightly Salty match we got to see 2 weeks ago, that felt a little bit awkwardly too easy for Edelweiss. That could have been just a naff match for both teams. Who knows? You know, we weren't on the pitch. No one had the same day that Sparks did on that day. It's got to be said. They were outright just on a tear. But you look at this right now and go, Edelweiss are at their final form. They've been able to work together with Polar for so long to really form themselves up as a solid unit. Polar's bringing so much confidence in his play. A little bit like we were saying about Carbo, where you know Polar's going to just consistently deliver. It allows Miro to then step back and be confident in his defense, as well as every now and then you'll see him drag the ball through the air straight at net and pull something ridiculous out. And then Sefer as well, with his pre-jumps above net, dropping that ball. The whole team is sort of in such a perfect form right now. Communications might not be there because they haven't been playing for that long. You know, it's only been 2 months, but they've just got such natural trust in each other.
Absolutely natural everything here in this matchup as we get into our first game of the TCS eSports League Finals. These two squads are the powerhouses as Coconuts and Edelweiss take each other on. Let's get into game number 1 with control held together by Texo. Held back here as he continues to contest on this one. Demos are involved against the Fair's part. He can get at least one player out of position. And Mira's going to try and set up for some sort of goal out here. Won't be 100% successful, but at least they're going to keep it in this corner for the moment. Edelweiss are the ones on the front foot.
I'm not going to lie, seeing Sefer bringing out that Superman decal once again, it does bring a tear to the eye. Just so beautiful. But of course, it's Coconuts that have been in the most aggressive attack throughout the whole of this. A little bit of a slip up there though. Mirror will be able to find an exit path, but that is covered off. Good 2-man defense coming out from Coco.
Just well held together there by the Coconutters side. Edelweiss are still pressing the issue though. They are up in the front foot on the aggressive hurdles. The Fair's going to take that back of the midfield, get the 100 boost from the corner, try and fake out a second touch, but it's read too easy by Coconutters. Basic plays like that are not going to work out. They've got to get something more if they want to try and take this opening goal here. It's back out in the midfield where Polar is the third man the rotation. He will tee that one up, go up to the ceiling. Texo's immediately there to block it off, and you can imagine he's going to have a game plan in this match.
Oh, Polar going for that demo, but we're talking just a millisecond too late. If he was able to connect with that, been able to just allow it free to net. Getting a good little block up in the air, but so far you're just seeing sort of like a grudge match. We're seeing lots of demos come out, but it's both teams just trying to find a way in towards net.
Oh, Texo down, chance to get a goal in is blocked off by Mirror. And Polar coming in with a counter-attack will beat one, carry it straight forward, but Mirror is not going to get his chance at glory. Zafir will instead. Opening goal scored by Edelweiss, so they kick things off in the finals.
You see Mirror on the floor, you turn around thinking about it, but Zafir's there, and he's like, don't worry, I got this. Drops it so well placed into top left. 1 minute 45 on into the first game, and Edelweiss take their throne back, and they are sitting quite firmly on it, but for how long?
That is the question. Mirror's got a decent tee off. He'll try and extend that lead at the moment. Dead Monster back into the corner. Mirror tees it back towards Texo. Shot close, and it goes into the upper corner. You asked how much longer, Bacon. Apparently the answer is not that much long at all.
The captains of both sides really stepping up to this one. Across net, big demo as well on the goal line from Dead Monster, and just not able to reach it. A mere 13 seconds and we're tied back up.
Immediately into this at a 1-1 scoreline. 3 minutes to go, so there's still plenty of chances to play for. Zafir sets up Mirror for the double play, and immediately it's a second to the board of Edelweiss as they reinstate the lead.
So the only prediction that we made that we're pretty confident of was that this was going to be a banger. Good stuff coming on through. And the problem is it's off kickoff, so it looks quite easy, but that's because no one's got into position to really be able to solidify themselves there. Who knows, we could see a fair few kickoffs. That's always been an area which Edelweiss haven't had so natural.
Coconuts to try and make this as unnatural as possible. That's a very awkward ball being put up there in the midfield though. Polar has it back down. Texo can deny it. And now he follows suit here, trying to beat out Mirror. Challenges. Zafir follows suit as well off the ceiling play. Second touch not going to be allowed for his teammate. They'll get it out towards that corner for the moment. And Mirror wraps on over, touches out Dead Monster. Can't make it a fully fledged go around. The offensive is going to get taken back towards Edelweiss's half. Yagi sends this one flying, trying to receive Texo, trying to find Yagi as well, but he's a little bit mispositioned in this one here, Bacon. Get off the ceiling, trying to take it down with a decent dribble play. He's going to carry all the way through and get us at 2-2.
Well, he said he had mechanical skill, but look at this. Off the ceiling, just falls off. So he's left that flip, and you can just see it used there. Mirror doesn't know if he's still got it, because that flip saves for about 2 and a little bit seconds. And so just on the edge of it, and that's mechanical muscle memory in play there, where you just naturally know how long you've got that dodge for. But
what is right, Bacon? Where did this one come from? You talked about kickoffs for Edelweiss not being amazing. They couldn't get that touch at the crease. And Dead Monster just sends that one wailing into the net. And that's a lead now for Coconutters.
And I don't want to say this is an issue for Edelweiss, but there it was just a little slip up. Full trust in Polo's going to hit it and knock it downfield. Everyone charging up behind him. And because of that, no one's back in defense.
Look at Texo there trying to bump his opponents out of the way. Desperate just to shove him off position and make sure that his teammates are the only ones that can control the ball. An attack is trying to get generated here by Edelweiss. They won't be able to get it fully going. Yagi puts it back down to the center. Polar to follow suit off the back boards. Affair there with a receiver attempt. Texo beats him to the punch. Dead Monster can put it back down inside that box. Follows suit on Yagi to the ceiling in the backboard. Pin. No second teammate there to go for the shot.
Yeah, but look at that pass up from Dead Monster. He's actually trying to hang on to it, but Texo calls him off in time. And we're getting into such an incredible aerial game right now, where both teams are just really trying to find the margins.
Mirror has this one down into the box outside of it. He'll push it away, follows suit from his teammates. So they try and beat out the last man of Yagi. Texo and Dead Monster in the defensive line. Polar can't quite line this up. It's off that sideboard from Yagi's part, back into Dead. Zafir tees it off. Texo can receive it, can shoot wide of the marker though, so not quite a goal again for Coconuts, but they still hold a lead going into the last minute.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Though what a connection coming on out. But Texo is there on the line. Yagi was as well, but fair coming on through. Thinks that Dead Monster's going to get hit, so just moves a little bit off the line of it. Texo, Unfortunately, Foyer had control of the ball, but you can just see how close this game is. But the tricks both teams are pulling now are incredible.
Said it would be a banger. So far this game has been 30 seconds left though for Edelweiss to be able to turn this around. Texo challenging alongside Dead Monster. Back into the midfield. Yagi's going to get involved. Bounce up to the ceiling. Back down to the box. Mirror can tee it up and over. Dead Monster's got to receive that. That's perfect for a double tap. And now Texo has the ball. Has two players surrounding him. He'll beat out one. But instantly the second player comes forward. Yagi's got to find the clear. Zafair blocks it. Back to the backboard. Demo's in. Polar trying to pick his chances, puts it back down to the floor. Zafair can receive this. Texo's going to tee it away and back into the midfield as Mirror tries to receive it, but the best he can do is put it to the ground, and Coconutters will take game one in this series.
I am astonished. I was so sure. Edelweiss naturally have never had the best game ones, but like we said, all that prep coming into it, and Coconutters sitting on their phones at the table. Maybe that's the new meta. I don't know. What on earth were they looking on their phones? I don't know. Maybe strategies they were going over. Like they had them all going through VODs on your phones. Maybe that was it.
Like if they're going through demos, if they're looking at things on the previous Twitch VODs and trying to sort of assess the situation about what the Edelweiss side are bringing to the table in this particular event, that's definitely something that could be considered, I feel like. But for the first time as well, in the series that they played in the online season, that ended up going the game one to the favor of Edelweiss. So looking into game two, now they're the ones pushed on the back foot, and ultimately it was that game one that was able to win the series overall. So could this be the turning point for Coconutters? They're going to try to do so off the crossbar. It's a save from Polar. Den Monster still has pressure, though doesn't get the successful challenge on the last man.
Yeah, he wants to get that block, but Zafair's coming in from above, so he's going to always be able to push it above the player. So Dead Monster, unfortunately, margin's not there for him. Mirror here's got a great little clearance. He's want to hang on to it. Zafair's backed off. Mirror's trying to go for another touch. Oh, that was bold, and I adore it.
That was very, very ballsy. It just about comes up good for the defensive line, though, so we stay at 0-0 past the first 45 seconds of the game. That could all change, though, so don't hold your breath. Polar, awkward miss. Going to try and leave this as a Zafair. Trying to fake out the idea that I might be trying to back pass of some sorts. Bunk that down for the likes of Mirror, unable to get it in. It's Yagi instead with the defensive. Polar from the corner, can't quite beat out his opponent's Dead Monster. Going to try to find his way back out. Good shot in from Mirror. Texo can block it again, so he remains to be the solid element of the defense. He even comes forward again to get another good save. Dead Monster with a clear back down to the blue half of the field, and now Coconutters can try and set up the attack.
Yeah, you can definitely see Coconutters have got ways on out of their defense. They always send a player out to get the midfield boost. Make sure that they're not starved. Try and just keep themselves topped up, ready for an explosive counter. But it's got to be said, Edelweiss have got everything locked up here.
Ball out from Den Monster to try and find the clear again. Good challenge on one player. Zafair can receive that. He even goes so far as to harass them again. To the corner, Texo with a redirective touch. He's got to try and find Dead Monster. He's going back for boost, pass back in, disrupted by Polar all the same. He's going to ensure they do not find their way out of this. Off the backboard they'll go. Mirror's going to try and wrap around, grab the 100 at the midfield. Polar there with his defensive, and Texo trying to send it away. Pass back in, Zafair to receive this and get it past the last two players to get the first in for Edelweiss again.
Really drew out the defenders here. Texo, of course, is just falling back to earth. You can see Yagi jumping at the ball. Dead Monster coming in through the back post as well. And now it's just a little bit of a slip up. No one could really reach that. The only choice they had was Yagi sticking on that back post. But of course, he's going to be the first one to the ball, so he feels like he's got to challenge it. And that is such a difficult call to make as a team. I bet you even the top level players, Renner Vitality, Liquid, whatever, they're going to make that same call and they're going to make the same mistakes purely because it's the heat of the moment. All you got to do is just try and get one back.
Not quite enough there for the open net, a bit too high. Polar takes it back into the Coconutters side. Edelweiss still leading by one. Still a lot of time to try and return it, but now look at Mirror and Zafair trying to find each other. In the center line. Dead Monster can find that clear, and Polar takes it up off the ceiling. Back in chance here towards the midfield line. Zafair can receive that, try carry it forward, try and beat out Dead Monster, which will be successful at. Yagi off to the side once again, leaves it for his teammates. Texo coming forward again. Going to beat out Zafair, which he's successful in doing so. Mirror comes in with a challenge, though, pulls back in. Zafair could follow it, doesn't quite get the shot that he needs.
Look at Yagi as well. He just does not stop moving. It's always boost to boost, the ball to boost, and then back towards the ball. it almost looks in a lot of ways like he is ball chasing, but no, continuously putting pressure on, continuously being clutch, jumping across the net, and it is just working. Edelweiss do not have a moment to breathe.
Yeah, it's not as easy as they'd like it to be here. Ball in for Polar, takes it off to the backboard. Den Monster trying to find that clear, trying to find Texo in the midfield. Tees it up for Yagi though. Can he beat his former teammate? He'll try to do so. Texo goes up. It's a bit of a fake though. Den Monster gets the touch in. Can't line it up for a fully blown shot. Defensive held. 2 players involved on the attack now. Mirror trying to get in front of that net, but it's cleared away very quickly. A big booming clear, but it's not quite amounting to an offensive. Maybe this time it might do. Den Monster to follow it up, but can't get the shots in. Second chance, and Polar's there to defend.
He is 1 minute left in this game effectively, and Coconuts is
good challenge
on the back foot. It doesn't really feel like it's been such a close stalemate. It's just taking the opportunity when it arises. You could see Yagi closing on in, realized at the last second that he wasn't going to be able to just knock the ball in on the line, so he saves the boost. He still had 30 in the tank and can use that a little bit later.
Yagi off this sideboard in the last 45 seconds. One potential counter-attack left here for the Coconutters side. Texo tries to challenge Polar, it sends it to the backboard again, 2-man commit. At least he's got the 100 at the midfield. Oh, he slipped past the fair! And he couldn't get the touch to allow a 1-1 again.
I have no answers for this. A double commit back in defense from Coconuts. I was looking at that and going, that spells disaster. But somehow ahead, down in the blue half, no one was home. Polar, the last man far back, but he's on the midfield line on the retreat. Something went disastrously wrong for Edelweiss. It could go even worse, but they do keep it out, Mirror and Polar.
Just about though, Yagi back in, continuing the attacking pressure. It's a clear that is found by Edelweiss, and Den Monster can send that back to Texo. Send it to the midfield. Polar's there to receive it. Tease it up high. Den Monster again is off the backboard. Take it back to the corners. A fair. Back off the backboard again, but they can't find a shot for it, even though they're directly in the net. 2 seconds, 1 second, Mirror. One final shot at the goal. The ball's going to get put down to the floor, though I think it's just going to hit it. And indeed, we will be on for our first overtime of the final taken. And what an appropriate time to do so. Game 2 of our first matchup. Could be over quicker Polaris' way, though, but it's blocked up by Texo. Follow-up shot is blocked by Den Monster.
Yeah, you can see communications when there's a high amount of pressure, when it's a little bit panicky. Coconuts do fall off, but they have really worked in their chemistry with each other. Their just natural flow around the pitch is right, it is correct, it's as good as it can be. They just need to make the call who's going to go jumping across the net first, and then who's going to cover the second opportunity.
It's a fair up, Polar to receive it. Can get it off the backboard. He's shoved out of the way. Mirror following suit, crossing back. Texo to receive this. Den Monster on the other side. Will get it off the backboard. Zafair's still there to tee it away from Texo's position. Texo will try and find Yagi to find the overall clear. We'll grab that 100, go off the sideboard. Again, players to challenge him. Put that one a little bit wider target for Mirror. It did look on for a moment, but doesn't quite go in at the end of the day. Polar still with the dribble up. Inside of that box is as far as he'll go. The ball's blocked back. Yagi and Den Monster with the receiver. Mirror intercepts it, beats him to the punch. Texo takes it back up. They're thinned out on this defensive line, so Edelweiss are doing a decent job at baiting in Coconuts to start to commit towards a counter-attack. Not quite working out towards their own goal, though.
Yeah, but you look at it, Edelweiss are also quite thin, and they're down with that midfield line into their opponent's half. If you get a big, long clearance, it could spell disaster once again, and that definitely spells disaster. As Coconutters move on to match point.
2-1 in this game, and 2-0 in the series. I wasn't expecting. Remember how we were all saying it's going to be 3-2 or 3-1 to the favor of Edelweiss? I don't think any of us would expect a sweep, let alone a 3-1 to the favor of Coconutters here.
Yeah, I mean, the only one who's pretty smug right now is Stroby. He was just doing a little bit of a dance. But, I mean, he'd be lying if he said it was going to be in this fashion. Coconuts have come on in, absolutely storming their way ahead. And there have been some mistakes from Coconuts, it's got to be said.
They have.
But not many. It all comes from their defense. But that attack is just basically taking a hammer to cake.
100%. Like it's looked like a really beautifully played game here from the Coconut side. And Edelweiss, I mean, they might have met their match. If this is a preview for the grand finals to come, then what do we think about what could happen in the grand finals to come? Like that could be a very, very simple affair. And who would have thought that Edelweiss themselves would have been the team that would be on the back foot? Well, game 3 is already underway. as we get into the matchup here and see whether Coconutters can make it a full-on sweep to dethrone the kings of Swiss Rocket League. Zafair into the corner. How have they adjusted against this? Texo beaten out by Zafair. Polar's hunting for his chance. Zafair might do this on his own, though. It's up Mirror, wonderfully done. That is textbook Edelweiss.
Oh, have they just been playing us, Edelweiss? Were they wanting this for the story? I highly doubt. Coconuts were incredible, but that, I don't know, underneath on the floor, felt very slow from Coconutters. That's a very, like you said, textbook. That's a pretty predictable play to come on out there, and they just were not ready for it.
Instant starts out, Yagi almost takes it underneath Polar. Texo trying to pick it out of the air, but doesn't quite get the goal in. Den Monster, third man for the third chance, but it's not going to go well for him. They fall back into defense. Now it's Edelweiss continuing the counter-attack. Miss from Mirror, leaves the fair instead to the corner. 50 points of boost to utilize, beats out one, does not beat out two. And Texo countering of his own right. Mirror to take this ball up on the save, and Edelweiss, they've been in this position before, being one goal up. They were able to concede it, but 2 goals might be a little bit too tough for Coconutters.
Edelweiss have moved on to a block game. Look at that. Polar blocking out Dead Monster, and Mirror can then just sweep on in. Texel is not back in time, and that is to Edelweiss. I'm not confident that that's got them safe ahead right now, but this change to a blocking mentality does give them more defensive options. They only really need to send one player up for the ball, and then they just see what happens after that.
Zafair off the backboard. Polar's challenging, putting this off the ceiling, back into the midfield line. Zafair backing up. Texo will take this into the centre line. Mirror blocks that once again. Second touch off the sideboard. No boost there for him. Can receive it to Polar, though! Off the crossbar. It's just pushed out by the Coconut side, but the follow-up is still in for 3-0 for Edelweiss.
Just constant threat coming on out here, right on above, and you can see the lads are pretty happy about that one. Oh, how the tables have turned here, Jay. Everything's just suddenly gone on its head. Maybe this is just that, you know, game 3. We do see every now and then where the winning team just takes a little bit of a rest. They take the foot off the pedal.
Well, they have been able to regain control of this vehicle and regain control of this game. 3-0 to the start. Things are looking fantastic for Edelweiss at this moment, and you wonder where this team was in games 1 and 2, Bacon. And the bump play is involved. Texo going to try set up Yagi, put it back towards Den Monster, but Polar reads that position, blocks him off instead. Yagi with a wrap around the sideboard bounce, he'll bump Mirror out of the way. Zafair will be able to follow suit. Tries to touch it off that sideboard again, put back in by Mirror. Texo with a receival, blocks it. This allows Zafair to take any sort of setup. Polar will try his hand at it instead. Den Monster off the sideboard takes that ball up. Can he dribble it all the way in? He'll beat Zafair. Oh, and he follows suit with Yagi. What a connection. What a backup man.
How do you, as Yagi, like, plan on this? Because Dead Monster, I get this. He's looking to just send it up and over. But Yagi just to block this one out. Just put his current away. Make it so there's no exit path for that ball other than net. That's just crazy predictions.
It goes back to the favor of Coconutters, at least for the momentum basis. Still got 2 goals to make up here. But if they play like that again, if they have those backup plans, I can see this going pretty well across to the box. Texo couldn't quite get the shot, unfortunately. Mirror can, though. It's a bit wide. Follow-up doesn't also go in either. Den Monster's there to block it out of the way, and Texo shoves one of the offending players out. Will now carry this ball up for the clear away. Got to use all of his boost, and Polar will disrupt it. Back in is Zafair now to take it up and over. Yagi's got to win this fight. He's unable to do so, but Mirror does take it to the corner. Back out for the second touch. Doesn't quite hit it, and Den Monster comes back with a clear.
Yeah, you can see moments like that. Polar knew that he wasn't getting onto the ball, so he sort of fakes it. He goes to one jump to make the defender jump out as well. So they've got to commit to that. They don't have the time to allow the ball to drop. But then he just then, you know, falls off, goes to boost, steal it away. Do something. Edelweiss are constantly always doing something.
Polar's finding great ways to adjust against this. Like, get bumped out of the way? No, no worries. I'll be able just to jump and just duck my car down and somehow block the ball from going past me. It really has been a standout addition for Edelweiss this season, and it might be the one that tips them back into control of this. They are still down by 2 games, though, so plenty of time for Coconutters to score that golden goal, and that might be one more to get them within touching distance. 3-2 now, and we talk about 3-goal deficits being so so impossible to come back from, Bacon. This is looking a little bit more likely than anything else.
Yeah, 1 minute 37 left on the clock. 1 goal for Coconuts to find, just to send us into OT. Heck, if they find 2, And they've won the series, and they've got themselves not only into the grand finals, but into the International Masters as well. We'll have to find out how that falls. We'll have to find out how Yagi wants this to fall, but good block coming on in from Zafair.
Well, a good play that would have been, however, if it had worked. Den Monster's going to try something similar. Takes it to the backboard, and it's turned wide by Amira. The attacking force is going to get there in time. Yagi with a wraparound, though, from that corner. Beats out Zafair, puts it to the ceiling. Texo with a chance off the ceiling itself. The crossbar blocks it. Amira is there for the defense. Still, Yagi comes forward. Challenges one. Beats him out. Can't get it past Zafair, though. His disruption is just good enough. And now Mira will try look for the clear. Den Monster with his demo. The ball's back off the backboard, though. It's a chance available for Coconuts to strike. I think Edelweiss will just break away, though.
Edelweiss just looking to keep control of the ball. They just want to run out the clock. They know that this pressure is just going to keep on coming. As long as they can block out the paths to net, they should be good. Polar just looking to get blocked there, but Texo with no boost. Polar wasn't expecting that.
Zafair knows that he had no boost as well. We just held positions. Texo does get the 100, but Yagi gets taken out by Polar in the midfield line, so good adjustments there from Edelweiss, still trying to cling on to life in this one. Yagi now with an aerial dribble. Zafair and Mira are up. Backboard bounce. Texo gets teed away. He couldn't receive it. Couldn't go for that shot. Time is starting to run out here. 13 seconds. Mira with a shot. Yagi with a defense. Zafair still in to support it. Blocks off on one more good chance. And now Texo feeds it to Den Monster. Yagi here with the ball to receive. Texo completely misses it, and I think it just about rolls to the floor. It will be put down by the last man, and Mira and Edelweiss will stay alive in the series.
Yeah, just creeps up the wall in time, and Mira's there. And you're on the floor. Puts it back down. 2-1 to Edelweiss, but Edelweiss, Coconut still gave it to them in the first half. They didn't really put on that same strategy. Edelweiss did good, like I said, playing that very heavy blocking game. But Coconuts, once they adjusted, were able to come back and were looking the stronger team. So the question now is, do Edelweiss have another trick up their sleeve? Do they have another pocket ace? You know, because right now they're going to need it because Coconuts have the advantage as we see it.
I think the pocket ace is going to be Edelweiss for me. Just to be that strong unit, that strong offensive line that has dominated TCS for the last 5 seasons. Trying to make it 6 titles in a row, and well, this will be the first step on that path, but it'll take 2 more games if they want to get there here. 2-1 still in the series for the Coconut side as we get into game 4. Mira, it's that ball up to the ceiling, trying to leave it for Zafair, pinched away by one of the Coconuts players. Yagi also tees it away from Polar. Texo's going to try and live Den Monster with a clear up. He doesn't get the best touch on the ball, though. Turned away by Mira in the midfield. Yagi following suit, tees it off that sideboard, coming up towards Texo here. Yagi actually leaves it for Texo instead, puts back for Den Monster, baits out one of the defenders, not the second man though. Zafair finds that clear confident, and Polar can follow it up.
Oh, and he's got a good second touch there. No boost right here. Mira getting bumped on out, but again, it's locking the ball up in that black half, in the Coconut half. And Edelweiss, just keep that pressure going. You'll get a reward.
There it is, Mira with the goal. Edelweiss. Good strike, and just within the first minute marker, they have the lead again. But with how well Coconut has brought back the deficits here, do we need to see a second goal from Edelweiss to make this possible?
Oh, definitely, and possibly even a third, to be honest, like we saw in the last game. It's not clean just yet for Edelweiss. Yagi, good job just to bounce it away, and Texo knew exactly where that was going. Good read by Den Monster on the 50-50, and just looking to put the pressure across the backboard. He's waiting for Texo to stack up.
Lovely!
And that is picture perfect.
That really is. What a setup. And you can see Den Monster was picking his moment. Just a perfect opportunity for Texo to come in, score the goal. And while the Apex Predators got us to 1-1 here, Bacon, this is still not over. Edelweiss are still pressured at this one. And it's still match point for Coconuts. If they get one more goal, Edelweiss are in trouble.
Yeah, it's sort of annoying that this has to end at some point. It's been so incredible so far. Truly finals worthy.
Oh,
grand final worthy? We'll have to find out later. Good block out from Texo, but Yagi's too ambitious with that jump.
Den Monster can still recover it though. It's pushed back to the backboard, and Mira received that ball turned away in the midfield line. Texo can try and receive it and clear it back of his own eye, but Mira still contesting this ball, trying to be a major thorn on the defensive side. Zafair almost scores the goal. Polar's a bit too wide. And Den Monster and Texo now with the breakaway chance. Polar's trying to get involved. Does demo out one of the individuals. And Mira Here with the dribble plays. Yagi can stop him. No boost though to go for this dribble. He's got to leave his teammate. TCSEL will try and come forward. It's pushed back onto the net here. Dead Monster barely holds that defense. Barely keeps them in this one. 1-1. 2.5 minutes to go. Edelweiss showing no signs of being able to get something back. This one has been a bit of a difficult affair for them. I'm starting to see mistakes coming out from that blue side of the pitch.
Yeah, and on the opposite end, Coconuts are just keeping that same groundwork in place, waiting for a slip up. Polar, well dislodged. Yagi will be able to get away, and it's just chasing on now. Try and put a little bit of pressure down towards that blue net and wait for a mistake to come out from Edelweiss.
Dan Monster in the backboard once again. Polar's there with a clear. Yagi to tee it up, and not the best touch on the ball for him again. Thrown off so awkwardly by Edelweiss on the offensive, and now the bump in. Dead Monster's got a clear line, but Zafair stops it on the way back, and Polar can counter here. Dead Monster trying to pick Yagi out of position. TCSEL's going to receive that ball instead. Get back to the backboard. Where's Yagi? He's got to go for this shot. He'll roll it in front of net. And for Mira, that's an easy defense, an easy counter attack. He's got no support though. He's got to back off.
Yeah, Polar was moving up on the left, saw that he was the last man, so he dipped on in back towards net to be safe. Meant Mira had no one to lay that off to and just had to allow the ball to die, allow it to hand on over. You can give your opponents possession as long as you've got a solid defense to then pick up and defend from.
Ball in for Polar's part. Here off the backboard, he'll tee it in. Zafair can't find his opportunity. Now Dead Monster with a breakaway. Good challenge. Where's his second man? Where's the teammate? There's TCSEL too high, hitting the crossbar instead. Dead Monster has recovered some boost, but Polar's got an open net. It's right there, rolled in front of it. Oh, Yagi scores the own goal, and Edelweiss get gifted the lead.
Absolute scenes right now as Yagi's so confident there. But again, he was pressured by Mira coming in towards the net. A little slip up. Just 1 degree, 2 degrees off, and that had been safe. Those are the nuances of Rocket League.
Minute to go now, and Coconutters, they could be conceding us to game 5. TCSEL inbound, Yagi to put it back off the backboard once again. Demo. 3 players caught up in defense for Edelweiss, and you're right, Den Monster being removed from play ensures that there will be no continuous attack. It will have to break off for a moment, but they're quickly back onto it here. Yagi shoots up. Mirror here with a decent play in. TCSEL can take it back. Polar's been removed from the demo of one of the Coconuts players of their own right. It's a fair to the backboard. Follow-up from Polar is not quite going in. TCSEL reads those again. Finds the counter. Trying to set up his teammates for a decent goal into this. Try and recover it at the last few seconds. 30 seconds of those are remaining. Dead Monster back in the defense. Gets to the backboard. Polar trying to outfake him. Trying to set up Mirror. Going for a 0 angle. Where's the fair? He's nowhere. And Polar got to bring this back to the corner instead. TCSEL now with a dribble. 3 players to find. Dead Monster could be a receivable element. Yagi's waiting back in the backlines. He expects that ball to come towards him. We'll tee that up. Gets bumped out of the way, and Polar here with the defensive play, getting back into the offensive line in the last 5 seconds here. Zafair can't get a touch. TCSEL receives it, ball's on the floor, and I think it's going to get left there. No, Zafair wants one more good goal, or to leave it to ground, or to allow the clear. TCSEL, off the crossbar! Just gets blocked on the line, and Edelweiss take us to game 5.
Zafair's cheeky smile at the end as he nearly threw that, taking it across the grid to line up with Polar. Lads, you are playing with fire.
I think that that little sigh there sums it up pretty nicely. Too close there from Edelweiss, and Coconutters. I mean, they're about to get reverse sweeped here, Bacon. That's a very big possibility at this stage, and you wonder whether or not there's still got enough left in the tank, or whether or not they just went full throttle in games 1 and 2 and have nothing left to close this series here. It's Dead Monster trying to prove us wrong. It's blocked by Mirror again. This crossbar is being so important to Edelweiss now.
Yeah, they are reinforcing it, and Mirror using it so well. This is the hardest that Edelweiss have ever had it in the upper finals. Game 5, last one, not only decider for the grand finals, but like we said, a qualification match to make it into the International Masters. Who is going to take it?
You've got to remember as well, winner of this one gets a 1-game advantage in the grand finals as well. So you've got to win this, and Zafair puts one in. There's no one in defense, and Coconutters might have just conceded the all-important.
Yeah, this is not a pretty parcel leave on the doorstep. No one's home. And well, so fair. He's going to just let that one in. Easy.
That's what he's going to do indeed. 4 minutes to go, plenty of time to make up here for Coconutters, but Edelweiss's been scoring opening goals consistently in the last couple of games especially. They haven't been able to come back against it. They've always struggled. Good ball in from Miro. Sends that one a bit wide of net, but you could see how dangerous that one could have been had there been a second player on the left-hand side. Polar sets this up again to the corner. Texo, the backboard, Miro. Decent play in, no player there to receive it. Zafair's a little bit too far backwards, and Polar, the sideboard, is going to get defended in against once again. Yagi here with ball control. Beats out Zafair and beats out Miro. He's got no boost to carry it into the net itself. He'll give it a good old college try. Den Monster in backboard, beats one more player. Can set to Texo instead. It's too high again. And the accuracy is just now starting to become a main sticking point for the Coconutters.
Yeah, and it's each and every time too high. Not too wide, too high. The same mistakes, the same errors coming on out, and you got to feel for Coconutters as they're so close right here. The pressure from Yagi, though. He reads Polar so well, sees the mistake, and is able to get the equalizer.
All right, we're back in the game. We're back in with a chance for the Coconutters side. Yagi, perfect receiver, perfect one-to-one now. And while it's evened up once again, Bacon here, the next goal, again, could be the difference maker. Still 3 minutes to make all sorts of changes here from both sides. Yagi is going for it, though, off the kickoff. Decent flip reset, backboard touch, a bit high off the crossbar again, and Mira just sees Den Monster coming a mile away. Texo to the ceiling. Polar's going to get involved. Yagi falling away from position. Sideboard bounce. Yagi with the receiver, trying to get past Zafair, but Zafair is just a simple block as if of his own right, and instantly into the counter-attack for Edelweiss. And that's the most scary prospect here for Coconutters, is how quickly Edelweiss can transition up the field.
It is indeed, but look at Coconutters. Just trying to line up an attack. Texo perfectly placed to receive. And it's all about trying to predict your opponents. Edelweiss can be criminally predictable because they rely upon each other so well. It's always passes coming on out. You know this is trying for Polar to tee up with another touch of the corner towards a teammate. So you can try and, you know, tap into their ley lines.
Ball currently in the offensive line here for the Coconutters. Tex up with the next ball to pass inland. No one's there to receive the shot. Easy clear for Mira. Is that on target? It's high of the target. Yagi's got to put that offside. Indeed, he will be able to do so. Den Monster here, leave towards Texo. Good clear. Awkward touch. Does not leave it for a strike, and so it's not a setup. It's immediately put back by Polar. And Yagi, sideboard, Mira to tee it back down. Texo, they get involved here. Has the ball up, takes it to the midfield, and Polar can block it off, send it back towards Mira. He's up for his own aerial dribble from that ceiling. 1 minute and 30 seconds. And time is starting to run short here. Could be on for another overtime, Bacon, and that definitely would be a hell of a way to end the series.
It would indeed, but you look at these players, they're starting to get a little bit impatient, and that does lead to mistakes, to errors. Or a blooming good play. We'll have to find out. Mira putting that up. He wants it to connect with Polar, but Zafair backs off wise. Yagi was there so early to it. There was no way Zafair was getting that finishing touch.
For Edelweiss, we go again. They're still in the offense. Mira to the midfield. Texo, dribble up, has two to beat. Takes it underneath one of them, but doesn't quite get the goal. Yagi to the corner. Den Monster tears it past them. I thought they had the defense.
Everyone thought they had the defense. We've got Strobe sort of like absolutely creasing to the right, but look at Mira there. Millimeters away.
Millimeters is what that was. Touching distance. And now less than a minute for Edelweiss to bring this back, lest they lose their first series in a TCS final. This could be everything. Yagi receiving this ball, sending it up, put back by Zafair. Den Monster, tee up, receives this pass, sends it a little bit high and wide. Yagi can't receive that, but if it's time stalling, it's enough here for the Coconutters. Edelweiss are the ones that are pressured. And off that sideboard, Yagi takes that ball in, 3 points to boost Zafair. Easy touch against him. Texo and Den Monster double commit to that. That could be punished, and I think they're about to do so. Polar sets that up. So puts it down. Mira with a chance. Shot to target. Taken high by Yagi. Dead Monster follows it out. Zafair completely wide of target. Texo takes it down center, and Mirror all the way into the net. Dead Monster can't block it. Mirror back out as well. 10 seconds. Demo's in. Zafair up high. Yagi to receive this ball. Puts it to the side. Takes it in. 3 seconds. He's got the dribble. Texo's got the receival, and he kills it to floor. And Coconutters in 5 games have done it, taking the first series of the TCS finals. What a result to dethrone the kings of Rocket League.
Is only the upper finals, but history has been made. Coconutters, for the first time ever, have taken down an Edelweiss eSports that have never dropped a series in the finals. Absolute scenes right now as we not only get to welcome...
Sorry, just to interrupt you. What I love about that is that Coconutters just look stone cold serious even after that victory. By all accounts, you should be really, really hyped at that. But that was an absolute, brawl for them. I think they realised that as well. And I think that maybe in their minds, they're probably thinking that this is not going to be a grand final which is going to be easy for them. Like, they've got to really, knuckle down and try and get things moving from here on out, because if they keep having close series like that, it's going to be really, really awkward.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how Coconuts now spend the next hour and a half to 2 hours as the other 2 matches go on, because they've got a long waiting time. They do have that advantage, though, in the best of 7 where they start off with 1 game in hand, but, I mean, they've got also some advantage to be able to see how the other 3 teams play.
Absolutely. And I guess that moving into those lower brackets now, we probably see a bit more of concern from those lower level teams, because they've got to take on those stalwarts of Edelweiss. And as you mentioned before, this looks like the first season where Edelweiss could well be the... they could be looking mortal, Yep. They could be looking very, very mortal individuals, and I look towards that, and I look towards their positions, and I think to myself, after the series like that, oh, it's scary. It's so scary for Edelweiss now.
It is, but I mean, Zafair might just take the other 2 lads and start, a little Zen session and come back even stronger.
We have the tunnel here, actually.
We do have the tunnel from the video.
That does look like pretty Zen here. So if he wants to, we can just take him back there, have a little bit of a group chat, just a little bit of meditation.
Recollect yourself, and then use the match up against either the winner of Slightly Salty and Sparks to bolster themselves ready once again, because that's not a bad little run.
Indeed. Well, for now, before we get to that lower bracket match, we're going to get to hear from the winners of the Coconutters side. What a result it must be. Strike standing by with the boys.
Gentlemen, here he is. We have Texo from the Coconutters, and you did it. First one gone. Edelweiss kicked down into the losers bracket. First feeling, how do you feel?
Well, obviously I feel amazing. We almost got reverse swept, but we managed to get the win.
Get away right away. First it looked like it wasn't going to go that well, but then you picked it up, hit it off, got the first few goals, 2-2 actually. It was a 5 game in the end. Did you lose your breath a little, or did you just pull through? Did you just get the adrenaline?
No, we just pulled through. Even when we lost, we were like, keep calm, we got this. It was just stupid mistakes, and next game.
Okay, and now it's finals for you. So what will it be? Is the spell of Edelweiss broken now by Coconutters?
Obviously, yeah.
That was a quick answer. Thank you so much, Texo, and we'll see you in the finals. Good luck there. And right now we're going to go into a quick ad break before we watch Slightly Salty and Sparks eSports.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
And that was that. We're back. Thank you for still being here at the TCS Esports League Season 6 Finals from beautiful Lucerne from the Red Bull Gaming World by Logitech G. Next match is going to be the losers bracket for tonight. It's going to be Sparks Esports versus Slightly Salty. And without much further ado, let's see who can fight their way through to the finals right away to the casters and the analysts. Thank you very much, guys.
ich versalze mir die Suppe.
Salut zusammen, ich bin wieder da. Ihr seid sicher gespannt. Dafür ist auch jetzt Sparks 10-mal besser.
Okay, just first call me Stroby the Oracle.
Did you truly believe it though?
Yes.
And were you sweating buckets when
like
the
it.
comeback was on?
I mean, me and Syntax, we were scrolling out here like little kids every time someone got close to the net or whatever. But I mean we were hoping for a banger of a series, and it got delivered on a silver platter right to us. I mean, that first 2 games, and then the comeback from Edelweiss, and that last match.
I don't really know what to say. It was to start off like this. It couldn't get any better. Hopefully we get just the whole bracket like this. Then I'll be a happy camper. But yeah, what a series to start it off. I mean, congrats to Coconuts for the performance. Of course, to take Edelweiss into the lower bracket, first one to do so. So definitely kudos.
And it means now that Edelweiss are not the immortals that we've seen them before. Again, their first win, their first loss at a finals, sorry. So slightly salty over there. Probably picked up a bit of confidence. And I mean, Sparks have been, I mean, they're coming in as the wild card, really, aren't they? Because they finished season in 5th place and had to make their way through the playoff bracket. But they've been very confident. You know, we were speaking to Martin earlier, and he was like, no, we can do this. We've got it in us. And wasn't really full of nerves at all. They're just so confident in each other, and that's crazy when, you know, we're coming down to the 4 best teams in the whole of Switzerland.
Yes. Jay, just give us like a short conclusion about this first match.
Oh, it was a banger.
Thank you.
That's as good as it's going to get. No, but seriously, like I think it set the pace, and the fact that Edelweiss were able to bring a reverse sweep almost to complete fruition, I think that shows that even though they have lost that first matchup and they've proven that they are mortal, I don't think their run is over just yet. I don't think they're going to be falling in that lower bracket match. I think they could come into the grand finals really warmed up, and again, they're still those favourites. So I'm looking at them, wondering if there's going to be an upset involved. We'll see.
Yeah, but you know the saying, an injured beast is even more aggressive.
True.
So maybe like that's that lower bracket's first time for Edelweiss. Maybe it's just going to be like a pump up, and suddenly they're back in the grand final.
Maybe it's just for the story. They want it to go into the bracket because, you know, they've got their media team here and that today, so they want a whole story to tell for the good content.
So you're saying Mirror didn't save that ball on purpose?
Yeah, he
okay.
throwing with style.
Yeah, I don't know which script you got, but mine is a little bit different.
Yeah, loads of scribbles there.
No, we have, like from my perspective, a crossbar MVP at some point.
Yes, absolutely.
Crossbar MVP. But we want to finish this up. We want to focus on our next series, and this is going to be slightly salty against Sparks eSports. And in comparison to the first matches, already the stakes are high in the sense that if you lose, you're out. Like that's TCS season 6 for you, and I think that's pressure on both teams. And so I want to hear from you, Bacon. You have Sparks and you have Slightly Salty. Which of the teams do you put like in a more, I think, play style similarities? But which team is the more aggressive?
So I think naturally it's got to be Slightly Salty and more aggressive. Even when we had that match, was it against TX, where it was 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. We've never had that in TCS before. It was absolutely crazy, the lowest possible scoreline you could get, but they've been so aggressive. But the problem is, at the same time, you look on the opposite end with Sparks, they're sort of finding themselves, and they're finding that aggression is working for them. When Squixel's your sort of like quietest player when it came to those playoffs, that's crazy because, again, the most talented player being quiet and then just suddenly every now and then striking on in like a ninja, where he's just getting these crazy goals. That's scary. He just sort of like slips out of sight for a moment. So you would think coming into this that's slightly saltier and more aggressive, but I think Sparks are going to really surprise us here.
Yes. Another point I want to mention is like we are at LAN, and from like experience-wise, LAN is always different. Me and Syntax know what LAN means. You guys probably do. It's always a different situation if you're not at your home setup and you don't like showing emotion and just like playing at the same time. It's different. It's different. So, which team do you prefer in that sense, in like terms of LAN experience?
Okay, so I think the experience on Slightly Salty is a bit more. I think. I think it's Squixel's first LAN finals, if I'm not mistaken. So I think experience-wise, I'd have to give this to Slightly Salty. But you talked about it. Talked about it before that Martin seemed very confident, and I have to say I have never seen a slither of doubt coming out of the mouth of Martin. He's always very confident. He always has his goals in front of his eyes, and he knows where he wants to go. So I think that's the mentality they're going with today. And if he can take his teammates with him with that mentality, I think I wouldn't doubt Sparks too much in that sense, even if the experience might not be there. Of course, they have Banana Man playing from home. I'm not sure if that will change anything. But with Martin on the team, you definitely have someone who will push you forward and who will be that communication or the communication leader and be that confidence for your team.
Yeah, but at least it's equal. I think Banana Man's playing from home and Carbo's playing from as well.
Yeah.
And just for you, Jay, we were talking a lot about Squixel. He's like the standout player for Sparks. But on the other, on Slightly Salty side, we have Carbo. So if you were to compare these two players, what are the like points that really stand out?
That's a very difficult one because they have very different styles, I think. I would personally prefer Squixel style just because he is the guy that I think has used his style to much more greater effect over the course of his career so far. And I look at that in that sense. I look at him being like the main guy to watch for as a result. Nothing against Carbo, obviously, but I just feel like that when you compare the two, it feels like Squixel has more flair, if you will. He knows what he's doing. He can handle himself around the ball really, really nicely, and he's got that good basis behind him as well to make sure that he can do his thing. So as much as it's all about him in terms of his own individual skills, the fact that he's got those two solid players behind him as well means that he's perfectly set up to do some absolute damage there.
Okay, great. Now we come to the part which is my favorite because I'm best at it. Predictions.
You've won one result out of a result of a total of one. I don't think you're the best at it quite yet.
Yeah,
when we get to the end of the day,
it was a coin flip, and I won.
That's not proof. That doesn't work.
Everyone came up tails and you got heads just by chance.
Yeah, exactly.
I won.
But at what cost?
What cost?
Let me start. Okay,
Yeah,
right.
sure.
I am leaning to the favour of Sparks in this one. This is going to be my wildcard one. It's not the safe option because Slightly Salty are the team that got seeded second in the entire league play. You got your confusion status on, but here's the thing. They're coming into this tournament with a lot of momentum. They went the lower bracket route. From the online playoffs, and they are there's a bit of a tradition going on that whenever you go for the lower bracket, you make a pretty deep run. And from those like first couple of seeds in the lower bracket of the playoffs, making their way up to this elimination match as well. Sparks, they themselves have proven a lot over the course of this one. Squixel was a fantastic player. I think he could potentially have. I think he has the potential to hard carry at certain points. I do have some fears about the elements around it potentially dropping off, but for me, I feel like if Sparks hit the high, they're higher than Slightly Salty.
Okay. When you look at this as well, when we're looking at the player from home fact, when you've got Leo, Banana Man, and then you've got Carbo on the opposite side, now it's an interesting one, right? Because Banana Man plays more of a second man role to everything and sort of just keeps amongst the mix, whereas Carbo, I feel Slightly Salty rely upon quite heavily. You know, when the team's not doing well, when they're sort of hitting a slump, it's Carbo to step up. Now, him playing from home, that's the big question. Is it because he's comfortable, he can do it easily, or where he's not there amongst his two teammates, the whole team doesn't get hyped? So there's a big question around it. I think realistically, Slightly Salty, yes, are the safe bet, but I think Sparks coming in today with Squixel, first time on a stage like this, it's just going to be a whole new burst of life in them. So I sort of want to go Sparks as well here, buddy.
My boy.
All right. No hot sauce today.
don't let me down. Getting hot sauce. Don't worry about that.
Well, I'm not going to give any fist bumps to you guys. So my prediction is going towards slightly salty. Now, I have to say, Timo and Shuju both have LAN experience, and I think they're going to be quite comfortable here. Carbo playing from home as their standout player should also be performing quite well. Now, the big question mark for me is, can Squixel and Martin step up here in Lucerne? We know they can do it, but I have to question also Martin's consistency a bit. As I've seen from time to time, he can be a very, very dangerous player, but can he step up today? So I think I'm going to give it 3-1 to slightly salty, but we'll have to see if Spark can step up here.
I don't like where this is going.
Okay,
right, come on, boss.
The Holy Bible.
Tell us your secrets. Come on.
Okay, the Holy Bible says it's 3-1 for slightly salty.
Oh.
Well,
You slammed that one with quite a lot of force there.
That sort of slam I don't trust now. Like, we're going to have to go check that book during the break.
Yeah, I
think he might be lying to us.
No, but like the point for me is that Shuju and Timo, they have so much more experience in terms of LAN. And I think that's a really strong part for slightly salty. And I think with Carpo playing at home, like you could say that playing at home with your teammates at LAN and like they don't play as usual could be a hindrance, but I don't see that with slightly salty as much as I see it with Sparks. And so I favor slightly salty in this matchup.
And Juju steps up on LAN, it's got to be said. Last LAN second, the LAN before that, third. Before that, second. I mean, if the pattern's going to go, they win this match and drop to Edelweiss, which I think is most people's predictions anyway. But Juju's got so much form to him, and when LAN hits, he hits hard.
Absolutely. So we don't want to wait any further. I'm giving it away to Bacon and Jay for the cast. We'll see you guys after.
Thanks, Trevi. Yes. Well, I mean, look, this is going to be probably another banger potentially. This is a perfect split down the desk of us two on the Sparks and them two on the salty side.
Welcome to the Sparks fan club stream.
Leo, I know you're watching, brother. You should have been here, man. But in seriousness, like it is one of those matches where you can take a look at it from both sides, and I do respect their opinions because they do make some very good points in that one. I mean, I would say that I still have reservations about Sparks, and Syntax hit it right on the head. There is, can the consistency around Squixel be able to step up at the right moment? Again, I feel like they can be the better team, but will they be the better team?
And it's weird, right? Because we've seen inconsistencies from Slightly Salty as well, but the weird thing was, the days they weren't playing good was against weaker teams. When it comes up to top teams, Slightly Salty show up. I mean, being able to take down Edelweiss, right? Going 8-1 during league play, and then dropping again to Edelweiss in the playoff brackets, be in this current position they are right now. So by all accounts, they've only lost to Coconutters and Edelweiss. So, I mean, they've not lost the Sparks before. Just to say they're going to lose them now, everything should be against Sparks here. But I don't know, I'm just feeling that energy. We're at LAN right now. First one back, and of course, I'm feeling this is the moment we see Squixel explode onto the scene.
I'm looking forward to see his performance. He's going to be the guy that makes the difference for me, most certainly. In terms of their previous results, though, you mentioned whether or not Slightly Salty have lost to Sparks before. Definitely in the regular season, they went 3-1 up against Sparks. So Sparks have shown that they can take games away from them. The question is, can they take 3 games away from them? That is the big question for me. And again, if you pick on either side, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't hold it against you because it is a very, very difficult sort of match to predict in the same sort of sense that it was for Coconuts versus Edelweiss, just because those two teams are really, really tough. And I think that in the last few weeks of the league especially, we saw from Sparks the best of Sparks. So I'm hoping that, again, they come in with their victories at the end of the season and their victories in the lower bracket of the online playoffs, and they come into the offline season and they look to themselves as a legitimate force, and they look to themselves as being a team that can do that damage. But they are underdogs in this one, Bacon, so let's find out how well they'll do as we get to game here. It's Slightly Salty in white, Sparks in black, and they will be on the left-hand side of your screen. Timo, and kick things off here with a demo in against Banana Man, immediately getting physical against the likes of Sparks here. It's Juju up and over to the sideboard. Martin with a wraparound, Timo try and see if he can hold this against Carbo's position, but Bananaman's going to get beaten out to the ball, so it's up in the center line for the offensive. Squixel follows suit to the corner, back up from Martin, good block in, takes it over to the right half again. Slightly Salty will be on the defense.
I sort of expect both these teams to play quite a heavy ground game here, Jay. Normally they like to keep things quite under their control. Juju, of course, trying to deny me here, and Timo taking it high, so maybe that's the idea, is to mix things up. But so far it's the early game. Both teams are just going to see what works, see what affects their opponents, and then go from there.
Good backboard bounce from Martin, taken up by Carbo. Juju the exact same, takes it off that sideboard. Second touch will not be allowed. It's a little bit too close towards the backboard. Timo's going to have to leave that one as well as Bananaman looks for his way back out. Ball up, good shot in. That goes pretty close on Martin's part, and obviously the doubts are on him from the other side of the desk as they look to his consistency as being the main sticking point. That might cost them, but Squixel plays patiently and gets the opening goal for Sparks.
I mean, that's what he's always been about, is patience. You look at the lad and you can see in person he's quite, you know, the quiet type, but on the pitch, that's when he does all the talking. Straight up there, getting the opening goal, and that's going to be all nerves sort of taken away from him. First land, and he's been able to get the first goal. That's incredible.
Oh, but look at Juju, though. He's got a decent aerial dribble. Couldn't quite make it all happen, though. Carbo is the man that moves forward next. Juju moving up, beats out one, not quite two. Bananaman puts that right back down in. Martin get a challenge in. That ball's going to target. Martin follows it all the way forward. Okay. 2-0, and two fantastic solo players assisted by Demos and given a 2-goal lead.
Oh, you can see Timo so close to being able to get that touch there. Again, millimeters away. But that's what you have to deal with when you're playing this clutch style of Rocket League, where you're just pouncing out the ball continuously, not having that man back in defense. That happens. It's a risk, but it does lead to faster, more aggressive play style.
It's leading to some faster goals coming out here. Sideboard bounce, Carbo up and over to the ceiling. Bananaman tees that back down. Timo follows it up. He's got 36 points of boost. Can do a little bit with this, but Martin can block him. Bananaman takes it back to center. Squixel follows it up all the way onto net. In fact, not quite a goal coming in for him though. Bananaman with the receiver shot. Carbo takes that one up high, so it's not quite going to go in for him. Squixel beaten to the punch, pinches it off to the back ball once again. Bananaman's going to hold down that midfield line and keep the offensive going here for the Sparks side. Squixel in, Bananaman picking his chance, but it's taken away by the defense before he gets a chance to strike.
Does, and Timo, that's too easy. He's just trying to challenge the defenders, but unfortunately for mine, just throw it straight back down the center, not an issue. Juju a little bit overstepped there, and again, just looking to put it down to the corner, but Sparks right now, they're not even sweating. This feels quite comfortable for them.
Definitely so. Are slightly salty, looking slightly concerned. Well, it's only game one at this stage, but like you mentioned, not really much of a challenge being posted up against the Sparks line. They are looking confident at the moment. Themselves together here as the ball goes off towards that corner. Carbo trying to find a decent ball in. Martin can block it though. Taken off by Bananaman as he takes it towards the corner again. Juju beaten out. Squixel tees it up. Carbo involved. Block off from Squixel, takes it into the center line. They're unable to get the shot in though. Carbo to receive this pass out, leaves that ball instead. Bananaman takes it down, recognizing that is the smarter play, and gets it past the second player. Not quite able to jump on the fence.
No, none at all. Nothing really coming on through. No new plans put into place. You can see a demo come on out, and a response from Squixel onto Carbo. Not really earning much. So both teams are trying to write up a plan. They didn't really come in with one. They were going to see what sticks on the pitch. But definitely right now, you're seeing that stalemate come out. No one's really with a clear advantage, which, when you look towards Slightly Salty, is better than how this series started.
A minute to go, and right now it looks like Sparks are the ones that will claim the game to open things up in the series. And yeah, you're right. They have looked a little bit better on Slightly Salty as the game has progressed. But not taking the opening game like they were able to do in the regular season. So not exactly the correct start. Not exactly the start that they wanted to in this one. Ball going to be set up towards their own half as they continue the offense for the Sparks side. Slightly Salty of Carbo on the breakaway. Timo with the follow-up. Takes that into the corner. No boost left for him though. Can steal that 100, but he's got to leave it to Carbo instead off the backboard. Unable to get that second touch. Squixel can take control. Push it all the way back into the offensive half. Might even be able to follow up with a decent shot, but no. Carbo there with the defense. 30 seconds left though. Time is running really short.
Just feels like the tide right now with all this back and forth going on. Nothing coming out in either net. Does feel like 2-0 will be the final score. Squixel will throw that towards the net. And going into the next game, I think this is what Slightly Salty need. They just need a reset right now, recollect themselves, and then get a bit of control. Try and force an issue on their opponent.
2-0 looks to be start. 1 goal taken away by Sparks. They hold themselves the defense and they get themselves the game to start things off here in the best of 5.
Squixel as well, MVP of that one. The young gun we have talked up so much this season. Again, being there from the beginning with Sparks, back from the Team Sectic days to qualifying through in those Challenger Cups. Now, of course, with Martin to give a lot of guidance. And again, Banana Man is also going to be given a lot of guidance from playing all the way back in, heck, look at his name title, the ESL days, you know? So there's a lot of experience that they're just lending to this kid. But he's not the ace of the team. They're not treating him that. You notice, like I said earlier, with Slightly Salty, when things get a little bit tough for Slightly Salty, they lean on Carbo. When things get a bit tough for Sparks, it's the entire squad that have to step up.
All right, now they are stepping up to the fold. Squixel in particular, coming up to the charge. 1-0 to start things off. Game 2 underway. Squixel back into that corner. Banana Man trying to see if he can receive it. Carbo comes back off towards that corner play, pinches it into the midfield line. Squixel has control for the moment. Martin tees it up and over. Juju going to try to receive this, but that ball pretty close. Timo shot to Squixel, reads him all the same, and Squixel's been involved in all the plays so far here. Pinching up, going to try to set up Martin for a decent opportunity, but Timo takes it off to the right and therefore takes away his chance to get that goal in. Still awkward balls. Martin trying to pick his opportunity. Timo got to leave that for Squixel's shot, and Carbo's there for the block.
Yeah, Squixel right there needed to try and lay that off more towards the middle as a pass, but he wants to create that pressure, and it's not the worst choice as... Oh, that was almost free. That's
almost.
Scary.
Was pushed off to the side, though, was a bit too wide. Banana Man on the line defense and couldn't win that challenge against Timo, allows the opening goal to go for Salty.
Yeah, and this is just one of those sort of fluke goals. You can see Banana Man having to keep back a little bit with the lad darting across, and when he does finally come out, it's just a little bit too late. So whilst I'm saying a fluke goal, it's nicely set up by Slightly Salty, but they're not going to get away with that each time. All the stars had to align, and what a response!
And what a recovery for Banana Man in particular. What a massive goal for him, considering that he was the main point of contention on that defensive line. He definitely looked happy about it. And that is a goal that gets Sparks back in the game.
Oh, so much confidence as well. Like, not being able to get a save and then suddenly throwing that down. You can see Leo is just absolutely grinning.
Loves that, most certainly. 1-1 to the board. Juju going to get this one towards Martin. Ball awkwardly off the backboard is teed away. Squixel's not going to be allowed the best of chances. He'll tee that off to a teammate who's not there. Both Banana Man and Martin caught in rotations, and they'll make their way forward. Squixel with a decent block off. Carbo gets his save in. Martin to follow it up here. 43 points to boost. Beats out Timo for 1. Can't beat Juju. That's where Squixel comes in. The second man back. Doesn't hold complete control of his car. Still managed to get it past Carbo, though. Bumping against the last man's not going to be allowed. Banana Man will shove away most of the attacking counter. And Martin just sends that ball out. No second player to receive it. No one can continue the attack, so Carbo has control.
Does he? That was not nice. Just hitting it into his opponents there. He's putting himself pretty flat to the ball. All his teammates are either behind him or right in the back corner. He had no real options right there, Carbo. The only thing he could have done was try and just launch it past his opponents, but the setup just wasn't right, and that would have come from the work put in about 3-4 seconds prior, so he didn't really have anything he could do there.
Well, half a game to go, and this is still one even standing, so Slightly Salty have definitely made it a slightly better affair. I thought that was going too high, but with it pinching off the crossbar, that could have been a perfect chance there for Sparks to score a second and start to break away on the lead. Martin with his ball up, has the midfield, does not have the ball control. Timo blocks it, and Squixel now coming in here. Not a lot of boost for him. He'll challenge Carbo at least. Ball goes up off the backboard again. Martin's got to win that particular challenge, and he'll be able to do so. Can't quite win against Timo, though. Banana Man, awkward ball. Backboard again. Demo in, clears it out. Well done there from Juju, allowing Timo all the credit.
Now, this is looking like the Slightly Salty from the start of the season with this pass off the backboard, the demo follow-up, and then, of course, the shot put on. That's just a brilliant textbook play. When you've only got one man back in defense, remove them.
It's a big, big way in for Slightly Salty to gain the lead. Can they carry it and follow it up? Well, Squixel has other plans again, being the main anchor point here for his team. Sparks, ball up, Carbo with a miss. Banana Man the chance, no, Juju gets involved. That ball's still centered though. Squixel's going to try to look for his own chance, and Juju takes another big miss. A lot of mistakes coming out here. Now for Sparks, all they got to do is punish.
Yeah, but you look at Sparks as well, trying to play mind games with no boost, and they have paid the price. They're there jumping at the ball going, I'm coming for this. They can't actually reach it because they've got nothing in their tank. Don't get me wrong, Slightly Salty are falling for each time. They're just going to make that attempt. But because they have, it's straight on past them. That's been a bad period of play for Sparks.
Wow. 3-1. A minute and 30 to go. Little bit of time that they can recover this, but Sparks is a very difficult affair for them. Aggressing on the part of Slightly Salty as they wrap around. Carbo takes this ball up. Juju receival, sends that one wide and net. Banana Man's got 50 points of boost now to 40 as his teammate shoved him out of the way. Martin there with the defense. Banana Man to send it over towards Squixel. Can he find a shot? He's got a decent touch in, but it's going to go too wide. And Timo, again, is the man to maintain control. Martin down. Carbo and another player holding the defense. Squixel now holds the dribble. Can he beat out one? Yeah, can. Two players commit into that defense, though. It doesn't work out.
But why is Squixel going for net there? When he's being one, yes, but then he's still got two players back in defense. That's just not winnable numbers, you know? When you look at it with a percentage, and that's just threading the needle. This game's a write-off for Sparks.
Absolutely it is, and if to go towards that regular season match that they had against each other, all the games that they had were, you know, 3-goal, 2-goal differences. It's looking like it's going to be a similar affair. In fact, the opening game was a 4-1, so seeing that coming in now for the Slightly Salty camp does mean that game 2 will go their way. Juju going to look for one more style play, however. We mentioned him in the pre-show as being one of the guys to watch for this particular side, but even if he gets the goal, even if he doesn't, it's not going to matter too much here for the Slightly Salty side. 30 seconds left, 3 goals to make up here for Sparks. This one is done.
Yeah, we always look at Carbo on this Slightly Salty squad, but it is Juju that did get the assist trophy of the season, the assist MVP, and he, you know, I think got down as like, wow.
Oh my goodness, Squixel. There's a reason we talk about him as the most important guy for Sparks, because Leo was very happy with that. He was just like, oh, the same reaction that we had, and for good reason.
Sometimes the best thing to do is do nothing. I love it.
Exactly. It doesn't mean that they're going to bring it back, although if they get the kickoff goal, then sure. But what it does mean is that they have some momentum going into the next game.
Yeah, that's not going to win them the game, clearly, because it's still 4-2, but it could win them a series. It gives them back in, it gives them confidence. Juju trying to take their confidence away, but does hit the floor early. Slightly Salty taking game 2, 1-all in the series. And it's been a very interesting one, because we've seen Timo, who we don't normally see, you know, lead the charge in attack. Normally it is Carbo or Juju second. Timo is always about the midfield. Yeah, Timo today stepping up on the attack.
He was, and I'm excited to see how that plays out for him, because he clearly was the guy. He got the hat trick in that particular game. So I wonder if he's going to become the main element to sort of step up to the Slightly Salty side. Again, I'm looking towards Squixel as being a guy who could do some decent damage over on Sparks. He showed that he can do it, but again, the consistency about Martin and Banana Man, is that going to come to start hurting them again? That is the big question. Well, Squixel has control of the ball immediately into this game. Game 3 as we go to evens. Banana Man has the backup play, getting off the backboard. Awkward touch from Timo. Just throws it off for Martin and Squixel, so they cannot get that opening goal. But you can see how quickly Sparks want to get off the front foot, get themselves that start up, and try and ensure that maybe Slightly Salty do not get this series above them, or at least a match point. Banana Man, some fantastic defense in the back.
Yeah, cat-like reflexes right there. Absolutely purring away. 30 seconds gone on by. Banana Man wants to get it out, but Timo, once again, like we said, his aggression today, not only with the demos, but just the pressure is really hurting Sparks here. Mine's falling from the sky.
What is going on, guys? Okay, Carbo does find the goal in the end to get us started here for Slightly Salty, but yeah, that was awkward for both sides.
Rocket League is a game of predictions, Jay, and you're always predicting your opponent to be able to connect with it. So you go for the block. But if your predictions are slightly astray, a little bit askew from your opponents, you both go for blocks or you both go for the shot, and it just looks a little bit awkward and odd.
Yeah. Well, it does in the end lean towards the goal for Slightly Salty, which I think is more than capable for them. They'd be more than happy with that result. Teemo in, Squixel there with the demo, Banana Man taking it up and over. One man to beat as well, Squixel here with the ball control. Takes it underneath, can't quite take it fully on. Martin tees that ball up, Carbo with a defensive off that side ball. Squixel backing up, 100 points to boost for him. Takes it up and over, Carbo off the ceiling, back down to Teemo, blocking from Martin. That's still available for the Slightly Salty side, but it's back up a Squixel again. Backboard for Teemo's shot, Squixel takes it away. Sideboard bounce, Banana Man back in center line, going towards that box, but is unable to actually receive the shot itself. Martin here with a dribble, no boost to do so though. A little bit starved out from the Sparks side. Squixel struggles to maintain the ball, does get it past Teemo at least.
Sparks right now are always just trying to run it to net, just try and score a goal, and it is costing them dearly. They need to look to each other more, they need to go for more passes. You saw, wow.
That was brilliant.
Carbo here, this is what I'm talking about. Carbo's going for a pass to himself, is a little bit wide of it, can see he can go for the bump, so goes it, calls in Teemo here to turn it into a pass.
Yeah.
That's what Sparks need to be doing themselves.
A lot more work needs to be done for them to be able to turn this back around. 2-0 now to the favour of Slightly Salty, in the same way that Sparks have started things off in their opening game. Banana Man trying to get this going to the sideboard. Martin in the midfield to try and aggress. It's Squixel in the back lines that passes towards Martin, trying to find Banana Man, and they are going for those passing plays. A little bit wide of the marker. Banana Man is demoed out, though. He had a player running straight for his face. We couldn't get all of it, but that's a bit more like it here from Sparks. If they can get something a bit more unpredictable, then that will throw off the Slightly Salty line. It's halftime, though, and they're 2-0 down.
I was going to say, when a bad passing play looks like the best they've done so far, that's great. Oh, Teemo not able to get in. Banana Man's so close. Final shot coming on, but Juju is able to get that away. Banana Man's looking to just try and reclaim control. Path's opening it up, but Carbo wants to deny.
Getting off the backboard for him. Some really good chances there from Sparks, but unable to generate it into a goal. Ball back to the corner. Juju comes up, and from the ceiling, he's back down. Martin, 100 points of boost, can take it in. Beats one. Can he beat Carbo? Well, Juju's demoed out. Ball off the sideboard instead. Banana Man shoving one man out of the way. Got to leave it to Squixel to go for the clear. That ball is slowly making its way up towards net. Ball backboard in for Juju. Follow up from his teammates, blocked by Martin, and Teemo can find the finishing strike.
This is disastrous for Sparks right here. Squixel thinking he had more time, mistouches the ball to pop it, is then aggressed on. Mine coming across and just coming in hot, flies by. Banana Man, after getting damaged, just does not have the time to get to it. Everything right now for Sparks, from game one where they looked stellar, they looked perfect, they looked ready to go on to the next round. Where has that gone?
We've got to find it again. Juju into the box. Carbo with a shot taken away by Squixel's defense. Carbo follows up, however, and Teemo can again come in for the killing blow. 3 goals for him. 4 over Slightly Salty now.
And this is the first round that Slightly Salty needed. These are the games that Slightly Salty needed to build them with confidence, to really give them the get-go, to go up against Edelweiss in the next round. Sparks, though, I mean, could be forged by fire. I think this game's done and dusted already, but games, well, 4 and 5, still there for the taking.
Pass in a Squixel from Martin, got to leave it for Banana Man, and he's nowhere to be seen. Demo's involved, will at least remove some of the offensive line. Banana Man trying to find Martin again. It's taken underneath one of the defenses. The Squixel off the backboard, second touch as well. Back up for Teemo, sending it wide towards Carbo, and the best that they can do is just to hold off for as long as they can. 35 seconds for Sparks to make up 4 goals, and I think we all know how impossible that can be, Bacon. That backboard again, Martin coming down, Juju with a shot, that's 5-0 now. And, well, Sparks, what has happened in these games?
for Sparks or for Slightly Salty? Because for Sparks, it looked like nothing. They are just merely existing on the pitch, which pains me to say. On the opposite end, though, when you look towards Slightly Salty, it is all clicking. But is that just because they figured Sparks out? They've got them shut on down so they can just find the lines in between. Again, Squixel was trying something in mind, waiting around mid, but they were never going to connect.
Oh, 5 seconds, and that ball sent away by Timo. Best they can do again is let it roll towards the floor. Slightly Salty will be the ones in with the victory. 2-1 now in this series. And I have to say, Bacon, those last 2 games make me look very concerned for Sparks. That was... it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
No. And it's all coming off a case of Slightly Salty, yes, have stepped up a little bit. And when I look at them, I don't think they're effectively shutting down Sparks, because they're not near enough closing out the boost. We are seeing a higher number of demos, it's got to be said on that, but I think Sparks themselves just need to look to try and control the pitch more, try and take control of that boost, and then play about with the ball. They're too often just too desperate to just go to net straight away. No. If you want to build up pressure, you build it up by holding that midfield line and then just keep banging it off the backboard. Don't just go straight for a shot each and every time, because unfortunately for Sparks, and each and every time you can see someone come in for that 50-50 and win it.
Yeah, you've got to be a little bit more unorthodox, if you will. They've got to find each other, they've got to find the gaps, they've got to find that backboard, got to find something more here in the next 2 games, or Slightly Salty could defeat them in 1 more. 2-1 to the board, match point for the Salty side, and will Sparks concede this here in a very, very one-sided fashion? Well, Juju coming up to find Carbo with a 0 angle attempt on the trade, but a bit too far forward for it, so it's denied there by the defensive. The clear is found. Banana Man wrap over towards the sideboard and try to find a new lease on life, a new breath of life here for Sparks in the lower bracket. The follow-up shots, however, continuing to pepper their backboard here for Slightly Salty, so if they're allowed to get their way, this could still be another one-sided game here. It's Banana Man and Martin looking for their way out. Squixel's on rotation back. Carbo has the ball, takes it up high. Sends it very close to target, but it will be Squixel that takes it over sideboard, bounce again to the center line. Martin trying to receive, but he's unable to do so.
Squixel, good dodge there as well, but he needs an option right now. He's going straight for net, and again, this is another issue. Realistically, he should have someone there to pass to. You can see right now, Banana Man is there for Martin, but Martin's trying to tuck it away in a non-existent area. There is no way he's getting to net there.
There's no way they're going to find this. Ball down, pushed on the backboard by Martin. Juju with a follow-up, and that one gets teed off. A rebound against his opposition, and Slightly Salty, they have the first goal.
Squixel's got a hard read there. That was well placed, because he's got to cover as much in there as possible. So he does keep it close, and the bat flip, unfortunately, with the timing, just knocks it back into net. You know, we're talking if it was 0.2 seconds later, it would have been saved. 0.2 seconds earlier, it would have been a save. It's just the awkwardness of frame.
Ball in over towards Squixel. The ball will try and go down for him to try and score one sort of goal out here. Martin takes it up. Juju with the receiver will block it off. Carbo trying to follow suit into the corner. Squixel back. Timo puts it down. Banana Man blocks. He's demoed out though. Carbo and Juju can't find their way out of this. They'll still take it to the corner. Taken up high as well for Juju to try and dunk it down. He'll take it off the backboard. Carbo looking for his 100 boost. Martin with an awkward flip trying to fake out Carbo. He actually makes it successful in the end, but there's no follow-up here. There's no way to break back into the offense. Squixel beaten out. Timo chases down at field, will hold the ball in. Good shot from Martin. Also a good block from Martin, I should say. Good shot from Timo. Pinch away. No one to find it there.
No one at all. Coming up to the halfway mark. It is only 1-0 on this one though, Jay. Possibilities still there for Sparks. Where they're being constantly aggressed on. It's difficult to break on out. Banana Man finally with an option, but Carbo timing himself so well to just drop on and block it out.
So involved, Timo tees it up off the backboard. Banana Man with a receival. Back into the hands of Carbo instead, off the backboard for his own right. Martin can't receive that. He's got to dive down into Timo's part. We'll block it. But Carbo with a follow-up. 2 players committing. Open net. Demo in. Dunk down. 2-0. And Salty just making this look easy now.
Oh, they're showing some true form, looking like a team that do go 8-1 during league play, a team that can take down Edelweiss. Salty have shown up. We're a little bit worried because, you know, they were a bit of a pickup team, but this is them showing their true LAN caliber right now.
Oh, Banana Man too high, Squixel too far back. And 2 minutes for the 2-0 score to turn to 3 for Carbo. And they are just styling on Sparks now.
Question already, is that it? Are we done and dusted? Still 2 minutes left on the clock. I mean, you guys at home in Twitch chat, if you want to see Sparks win it, you got to be sending your energy right now because it is now or never.
What do you have to do if you're Sparks? What do you have to find to bring this back from the brink? Well, something a bit more unorthodox we already talked about, but something more confident as well. These guys falling apart, it seems. Martin finds Squixel, and now even he's missing touches on the ball. It's continuing to look worse and worse as this goes on.
There we
Squixel
go.
with a chance. That's finally a goal, but will it turn into a comeback?
Going to say, well done Twitch chat for that energy, because damn, so close to mine, but Squixel hangs around, and because mine's so aggressive there, so threatening, it pulls 2 defenders on NJ. No one's left home, and Squixel can just finish it off. 1 minute 30, 2 goals, so possible.
Juju up here with ball to receive off that corner board, bounce into the box, follow up from Squixel, will take the defensive in. Carbo follows up, 30 points to his name. We'll leave it open for Squixel. Timo to the corner. Juju tries and receives it. Sideboard bounce. Going to try and keep the pressure going. And if they can keep the pressure going, then that will be enough for them to win the game and the series by extension for Slightly Salty. Banana Man leaving this one to go. Timo with a dribble up. Squixel's got to try and hold the defensive, and he will be successful in doing so. But a minute to convert that into a counter-attack. Banana Man has the onus.
He does. He's got no boost, however, and slight little touches. It's good that Squixel steps on in, but quickly blocked out by Timo. You could see Squixel.
Oh!
That's it.
Yeah. That's GG.
Oh, you feel bad for Martin. Almost set up like a T there for the ball. And it's Timo who has just been absolutely on fire. When we are looking at today, I mean, we thought it'd be, you know, Jude with his past history at LAN to step up. Carbo, who's been stepping up all season long. We sort of forget about the man with the passion to come back and take it. Boy, oh boy, he wants to take it today.
Oh yeah, I think we had a bit too much in Squixel on this one, Bacon. 4-1 to the board, and Slightly Salty are looking slightly good. Sparks are the ones that are living up to the opponent's namesakes here because they're out of the tournament. They're as good as done. A great effort posted up by them, credit where it's due, but it just wasn't enough to be. And again, we had our reservations, we had our doubts about whether or not this was going to end up being a decent showing from them off the basis of consistency. And well, the consistency hit an all-time low. Sparks will concede another goal to Slightly Salty, making it 5-1. And a 3-1 series that favors the Salty side.
We're all sort of scared of Squixel 2.0 next season, but today we're seeing Timo 2.0, and boy oh boy is his Mark II version looking so threatening. He is turning up on LAN.
Yeah, I'd be scared if I was anybody else in this tournament of what Timo could do. And well, Sparks will tell you that firsthand, as they let that ball to the floor and it's game over for them. They're out of the TCS eSports League in the top 4, credit where it's due, but it wasn't to be in this one, Bacon, and they will fall out, unfortunately, in a one-sided affair. And ultimately, that is what's going to weigh on their minds, mostly because it really looked very dire towards the end of it.
Did indeed. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be going away. Well, I say unfortunate. They still go home with 600 francs. It's not a bad bit of pocket money, but they won't be able to fight for that spot into the International Masters. They're going to have to take part on Monday, where they fight across with everyone else out there. A couple of weeks' time, 27th, I do believe, it is, of June, where they will then be fighting amongst everyone there at home to try and get on in with a slice of that 3,000 euro pie.
And of course, they've got to get through Edelweiss to be able to do that. So there is that level of doubt there on the Slightly Salty side. They did look good in that matchup, so there is always that to think about. It's just the fact that they looked unbelievably good. And it's like just thinking about that level of confidence from Timo especially, who's carrying that in towards Edelweiss, and Edelweiss looking the way that they did today. Got to wonder, is there another upset on the table?
There's definitely a possibility, because Edelweiss are going to be wounded here, so they could just drop off. But who knows? They went away, licked their wounds, and could just use Slightly Salty as a nice prep to go up against Coconuts once again.
Well, for now, Sparks are the ones that will be dipping out of form and out of the tournament pretty effectively as we look towards our interview with one of the boys over on Slightly Salty's side. They are the victors. They're moving on to take Edelweiss, and let's see what they have to say about that.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Timo Inyo from Slightly Salty here right now, captain, the man of the winners of the first losers bracket game. And you don't look slightly salty to me. How was that game for you? Easy peasy, or was it a challenge?
Yeah, honestly, we struggled quite a lot in the first game because, yeah, they were probably better prepared than us. But once we got everything flowing, and yeah, our carbo machine turned on, then everything worked fine.
Were there any moments when you were like, "Oof, this is not going to work out, we've got some trouble," or do you feel like you work like a very well salted machine, so to speak?
Yeah, just in the beginning of game one, I stopped my elbow again, and I did it already this afternoon, and it hurts quite a bit. And I was like, oh no, I probably can't pull through. But then once the pain went away, I never really had any fear of losing or something.
So the adrenaline pushed through?
Exactly, yeah.
Nice, that's the athletic you like to see. So from here on out, the next match that you're going to have is Edelweiss, who are basically considered pretty much of a juggernaut in TCS Esports League. The incumbent, the all-time winners. Any shaky knees?
What was the last word?
Any shaky knees?
Shaky knees. No, we actually don't have anything to lose now, because definitely Edelweiss should be the best team in Switzerland, and now they got a really strong additional player like with Polar, and so yeah, we don't have anything to lose, and we just try to put up our game plan, and then we can't lose anything. So I'm very happy. Yeah.
Sorry. Let me play devil's advocate here a little bit. You do have something to lose. You're in the finals of TCS Esports League. You are this close now, just one game away from getting into the grand finals against Coconutters. Really? Absolute chill?
No, like I just tried to put up a facade for the fans. I'm actually really nervous, and I can't stand. I'm really shaking. But yeah, no, it's definitely a really good opportunity, and we try our best. And yeah, we just have to try, and I think we will win. 3-0.
3-0, ladies and gentlemen. That's a very solid way of looking into it. What if you make it through? Coconutters, how do you feel about that?
I actually think Edelweiss should be better than Coconutters, but apparently they're not anymore, so that's even better for us.
Okay, well, that was Simonio from Slightly Salty. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next game. And we'll go into a quick ad break. Don't go away.
Les années ont passé et pas mal de choses ont changé. À chaque fois, on s'est adapté. Il fait partie de mon histoire, de notre histoire. Depuis 125 ans, à mes côtés.
Here we are again. Welcome back, gamers, to TCS Esports League Season 6, the finals here in Lucerne. Beautiful Lucerne in the Transportation Museum in the Red Bull Gaming World by Logitech G. And without much further ado, we're going to go into Game 3. Edelweiss Esports, who lost the first winners bracket against Coconutters, and Slightly Salty, who we just saw prevail over Sparks. We're going to go right over to the analysts Stroby and Syntax, who are going to look at the game and give you some more info.
merci Eloise eSports.
Et on est là pour défendre le titre.
E se non vincete, siete licenziati.
Salut zusammen, ich bin wieder da. Ihr seid sicher gespannt. Dafür ist auch jetzt Sparks 10-mal besser.
Well,
is it readable?
You can't really. You can see mine.
Oh, you can see. Yeah,
Well,
mine,
anyway.
mine is the same as his. But yeah, the Oracle has struck again. We got.
Well, sadly, Bacon and Jay aren't here, so we can't hold this into their face.
Yeah,
but
understandable.
yeah,
Understandable.
they had to go after that. You
Yeah.
know, they take a break.
But another amazing match, especially for Slightly Salty, with that the first game was obviously a little bit shaky, but after that, the last 3 games they were just probably clean sweeps with all out pressure from Slightly Salty. We didn't see much from Sparks. Some glimmer of hope here and there, but very convincing.
Oh yeah, I mean, in the first game, I think Slightly Salty got really outpaced. I think, Sparks was in their comfort zone. They looked really good, and it seems like in the last few games, I think Slightly Salty or Sparks relied too much on mechanics and solo plays. I think they rely a little bit too much on Squixel. I saw a few times where Squixel was just looking for opportunities all alone. They didn't quite go for passes. They weren't as coordinated. I think they missed a lot of stuff there. And Slightly Salty just looked a lot more consistent. I think they had their game plan. They pulled through. And you can really see it. It was really just a blowout in the end for Slightly Salty, and they really pulled through. So, I mean, what can you say? We just called it. We knew it.
We knew it, yeah. We knew it all along. I mean, it's not even that interesting anymore. No, but like, I was watching from front of the stage, and just like that emotion, that LAN emotion. You saw Timo and Chushu whenever they scored, oh nice! That was the spirit of LAN, and it's something special, really. And they're definitely for sure hungry for even more, because the next match will include them again, but now against the injured beast of Edelweiss.
Yeah, and as you said, just one more thing about Sparks is that maybe I talked about that Martin is a really confident guy, and sometimes can be a little bit cocky, you know. But he's really got his confidence up. But as soon as the tides turned and they really kind of got swept in those games and just got scored on time and time again, maybe that dropped a little bit, and I'm not quite sure how the mental looked in those last few moments. But yeah, Slightly Salty really pulled through, and as you said now, Edelweiss on the board. And you say injured beasts. I think the first series, Edelweiss, it started out against Coconutters. It didn't quite start out as Edelweiss wanted to, of course. And I think if it maybe was a best of 7 in that case, I think Edelweiss would have pulled through with the win. I think they needed a bit of time to get into the game. I don't think they're too injured. I think they should be pretty confident against Slightly Salty as well. And you heard Timo. He said
the volume in here just got a little bit louder because Slightly Salty seems to be fired up for.
Yeah, I mean,
for you.
We heard Timo in the interview, and he talked about a 3-0 for Slightly Salty, but he also said that Edelweiss should be the best team in Switzerland, and they are better than Coconutters. So I think Timo knows what he's going up against in this next series. We'll see. He didn't sound too confident, you know. He said 3-0, but it didn't sound like 3-0, you know. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, but like for me, another point now is that Edelweiss had a long pause.
Yeah.
And Slightly Salty just came off a match, and so they are really warmed up. They are feeling comfortable. They just got Rocket League in their fingers. But for Edelweiss, I'm not too sure. Like maybe we see something similar like we've seen against Slightly Salty against Sparks, where the first game seems to be a bit shaky, but after that they turn up or it gets to a real match. But that's my folklore.
Yeah, I mean, Slightly Salty, they have to watch out not to get too overconfident. You know, they just came off that win, which it was a blowout in the end. They really ran over Sparks there. So they can be very confident going into this next one. But don't overshoot it. To know what you're going up against, and you have to expect what's coming from Edelweiss, and what's going to be coming from Edelweiss is just a lot of power. And I think what they have to watch especially is the counterattacks. They have to watch out for defense. They have to watch out for the long clears, because Edelweiss is going to be in your zone very quickly if you make one mistake, and they are so good at punishing. And yeah, being too overconfident against Edelweiss is never a good thing. So hopefully Slightly Salty can keep that in mind. Yeah, if they keep that in mind, it could be a good game. But I think Timon, yeah, as he said, Edelweiss is the best team in Switzerland, and he knows that. So we'll have to see how they adjust to that.
Yes, we will see. And somebody just got back.
Hey guys. Hey. Nice to see you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see it. The stream sadly couldn't see it.
We saw it as well.
We saw it.
You saw it. Like that was the page I turned over before the match, and
it did 3-1. It didn't say 3-1 Slightly Salty. Though.
Yeah, but
that's
my
interpretation of
one
it.
half and the other, and you know.
Oh dear.
But yeah, speaking of predictions, the next match, Edelweiss against Slightly Salty. Timo predicted a 3-0 for Slightly Salty. Do you agree, Jay?
I don't think 3-0, just because Timo's popping off, like definitely so. Like he looks like a brilliant player, especially in that last series. But I also look at this and I think to myself, can you really expect Edelweiss to just go down in a sweep fashion? No, you don't.
No.
And in fact, I think Edelweiss are going to be able to take it. Although, again, I feel like I should give at least the credit of a game. Maybe a game towards Slightly Salty.
How generous.
Just because that's the exact result that went down in the online playoffs as well. So I'm also looking at that thinking that, yes, that's going to be the result we see.
And you've got to remember as well, Timo's biased towards Slightly Salty. I don't know why, but he just seems to be. But of course he's going to predict himself and back himself. These guys all have confidence in themselves, which is great to see. But at the end of the day, it's Edelweiss with a history, right? They're going to be going back, and this is the first time that they're going to have to fight for their spot once again. Or do they get it? Who knows? But I think for me and many of the people at home, the story of Edelweiss then having to reclaim, get their revenge, is a bit too delectable. You want it, don't you?
Yeah. So what's your prediction?
It's got to be Edelweiss. I think 3-1, yeah. I think that's the safe one.
Okay, so I have to go with Edelweiss as well. Timo said himself that Edelweiss is the best team in Switzerland, and I think he knows what he's going up against. So I think the only chance that a Slightly Salty have, if they strike from the first minute, if they go in from the beginning, because time has told, and I've been casting Servette and Edelweiss for a very long time, for a lot of seasons, also in other leagues. And so a few, of course. And I think that's something that where they are vulnerable is in the start of the series. They kind of need some time to get into it. We saw that in the first series against Coconutters. If Slightly Salty are able to strike right off the bat, that's their chance. You know, I think if they let Edelweiss get too comfortable, it's going to be a tough time. I'm also going to go for Edelweiss with the 3-1. I think Slightly Salty have the prowess to get games. They have to do it from the start, though. So, yeah, Edelweiss 3-1 for me as well.
Okay, great. I'm actually on your side. Like the Oregon.
Edelweiss?
But I'm not so sure about the 3-1 because it's either as I said before, Edelweiss had a long pause. Slightly Salty comes right off a match, and they're more warmed up than Edelweiss, but at the same time Edelweiss just has that much more experience, and I'm pretty sure that as we talk they are already warming up, and so I'm more leaning into a 3-0 for Edelweiss.
See, I was going to be cheeky, were you thinking 3-0, thinking that you were going to go for a 3-2, but 3-0? I mean, with the performance that Salty just had, really?
It's the Edelweiss effect.
I think in comparison to Sparks, Edelweiss isn't a team that gives you so much space. That fiddles so long with the ball. Edelweiss is straightforward. If they see a small opening, they're going to take it, and you don't have that same time to react as against Sparks. Not to talk down on Sparks, that's their style, but Edelweiss' style is just that much more faster, that much more in your face, especially in terms of challenges. And so that's why I think that Slightly Salty will have their own problems with how they adapt from Sparks to Edelweiss.
All right.
That's my man. And we can't wait to see that and how my prediction gets right again. I'm going to get it over to Jane Fake and have fun.
Have fun, guys.
I really, the part of me now wants Edelweiss to lose just so we can shut Stroby up. That's all I want now at this stage. Everything else is secondary. But yeah, no, like in terms of this matchup, like we're looking at Edelweiss obviously being the powerhouse squad, obviously being the team that we expect to be able to win the whole thing. Champions time after time of TCS, of this league. They are the kings of Swiss Rocket League, and for good reason. But seeing them mortal today, I can see them being dethroned today. I don't think Slightly Salty are the team that are going to be able to do it.
Yeah, to me, this is you looking like, you know, when you're a kid and your dad's just amazing at everything. I mean, he's still quicker than you no matter what. This was just he slipped up on his shoelaces or something. So I feel like it's a weird metaphor, I know.
Yeah, that's a very awkward analogy there, but you know.
But I'm just saying right now that this is the one slip up, the first slip up that we've seen from Edelweiss in forever. Again, the last time that Edelweiss slipped up was against Slightly Salty back in week 3, match day 3, and they came back harder. They came back with Polar. Now, I don't think they're going to be bringing us up this time round, but I think they're going to be coming back something fierce. And Slightly Salty in this one, I mean, you've got to be afraid if you're them, because Edelweiss, whenever they get knocked down, they get up even stronger, and that's scary.
100%. But like you mentioned before, this is the first time we've seen them in an environment where they're in the lower brackets. So you look at this, and you look at this whole situation, and you think about this is the first time we've ever seen it like this for Edelweiss. They've always been the team that come through that upper bracket, they win that first match, go straight to the finals, they beat whoever they face. Every single season, every single time. So this is the first time we've seen this, and I'm wondering, we're sort of in unknown territory in that respect. So I'm wondering whether or not there is an opportunity for a team like Coconutters to be able to beat them out in that respect. Again, I look towards them being the potential favourites. I look at Slightly Salty, and I think to myself that while they could give them a decent run for their money in one game, I don't think they're going to win the series. Again, I'm not so far as a 3-0, but that's also a possibility because we've seen Edelweiss go absolutely god mode at certain points.
Well, you've got to think as well, Edelweiss were nearly about to get the full reverse sweep, so they hadn't lost it just then. It was just Coconuts being able to recollect themselves at the end of that series. Now, Slightly Salty have got to somehow come out of gates, get game 1, try and do the same again, get game 2, and if they drop game 3, well, what's to stop Edelweiss to really hammer it on home? But as I say that, we're getting underway. Red DFH Stadium. It's Edelweiss in the blue and Slightly Salty in the white.
They're going to need to get things going quick here if Edelweiss want to bounce back from that previous defeat. They are up in the attacking half here. Good challenge from Zafair. Rolls right in the back of the net. 20 seconds in. That's a start for Edelweiss.
Yeah, the meditation seemingly paying off. They might have had patience through that, but no patience here. Quick 20-second goal. Job done and dusted.
20 seconds deep, instantly in with the goal on Edelweiss. And that possibly could set the pace for how well this game goes. Zafair, back off the backboard, beating out one there, dunk down, a little bit too far wide, not 100% on there. The Mirror taking that one up and over of his own right. Polar involved, decent challenge off that backboard is where they'll go. Big miss from one, taken underneath by another, and it slips past the line for Zafair. Polar with the assist, that's a 2-0.
Yeah, Slightly Salty, maybe a little bit cocky, maybe a little bit overconfident after that last series. I mean, Timo saying 3-0. He must have known that was a joke, right? It's Edelweiss, you can't just 3-0 Edelweiss. To see though, 4 minutes, 15 seconds left to go. Salty could turn this around at any moment.
Falling off to the sideboard instantly, you can see how quickly the Edelweiss side went on the attack. Zafair with a pinch away, put back down to the center line. Big misses across the board for Slightly Salty, and it feels like their confidence has been completely rocked off the back of those opening couple of goals. Mirror up and over, has Timo to challenge him, will put that ball off of kilter. Polar involved into the center line, good shot in, and that's an open net for Carver to strike back. And Slightly Salty, I should say, should be able to turn us back to 1.
Yeah, doing what Sparks couldn't, Jay, it's got to be said. Giving us a bit of hope in these stages, but it is still super early. It's only just been over a minute. 3 goals, that's all we've got to our name. Let's just let this one settle on in. We're still in the wild opening moments.
Ball in for Mirror as he holds that contention for the moment. Polar off to that corner board and back up the ceiling. It's Mirror there with the receiver, sends it up. Polar will try and receive that ball. Getting over, dunk down chance. Carbo with his defense taken up by Mirror instead. It's a fair center line over towards the corner play. Mirror with the defense, a demo I should say. Polar in, shots up. And it looks so easy for Edelweiss whenever they get these goals in. Like, it's just so simple, the way that they just glide around the ball.
I'm curious to see how this change onto dominance for Polar as well is going to affect him. Like, does he stay on that for the entirety of the tournament? Who knows? But clearly, wanting to change up in car. I mean, we do have like a little scrimmage station, so they would have gone away, played a bit of ranked, because of course they wouldn't want to go up against Coconuts once again, would they, now during that last match? But yeah, they're just going to have gone away and tried to refine themselves, and it's looking good so far.
Carbo down, receiver on Timo, blocked away by Polar's part, put back in by another of Juju. Polar, 100 points of this can get picked up, denied on the MO play. It's a fair, has Mirror in the midfield, and he'll get challenged by Carbo instead. He takes that ball right back into the offensive half, but Edelweiss holding themselves control, and Juju with a miss. Got to leave that for Timo instead. Back over to Carbo. Timo with a receiver again, looking for that shot to get himself going. Juju with a cross. It goes a little bit too acute and hitting the post instead, not going past the line. 3-1 to the board. Edelweiss now being on the defensive again. Timo with a decent dribble play, but it's a fair block off.
Again, Timo looking to be the one step up, but the whole weight of the world on his shoulders just could not carry it. Lift with your legs, buddy. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
It's a fair up here with a dribble play, blocked by Timo. Follow up from Polar is not coming in. Juju finds that clear away instead, and Mirror takes that ball up and over. Timo turning it into the center line. Polar sends it up again. Mirror with a receiver, shot down, taken back inside of the box. Timo having to fare off that sideboard, passing down center once again. The 100 boost will get stolen by Polar at the midfield line. Slightly salty, the ones on the attack. They've got plenty of boost of their own right here, and they're just not able to get themselves up in the offense. They've still got to make up 2 goals here, so if they keep going like this, then the right time's going to run out on them.
It is, but right in front of the net, Safed does get that away, and good clutch coming on in from Mirror to be able to save it on up, and Safed just looking for clearances, but Carbo perfectly poised to jump on that, but not a second man up in the air. So the attack breaks on down by Slightly Salty.
Carbo and Timo block off from Zafir's part. And it takes it over Polar. Awkward miss from him instead. Center midfield. Mirror bounce out the corner. Just about rolled past there by Carbo's part. Polar coming up with 100 points of boost. Now looking to beat out Juju. Good block off. 60 seconds left. And Zafir goes in with a decent shot. A bit higher the crossbar. No one gets their touch on it for Slightly Salty. And the ball in. Mirror 100 points of boost. Carbo can block that away. Polar's beaten. Timo will be able to do just that. Second touch does not go to target. Zafir there with a block out. Polar has still 56 points of boost on the defense, but Mirror holds the midfield and now holds the counter attack. Zafir trying to get found here. He's on rotation. Polar's got to get back there. He's got the boost. Zafir will have a 100 here block off against Carbo. Very bad touch from him and Juju. Not going to get his chance.
Yeah, Zafir trying to cheat up downfield. Polar's not able to get anything on that, and Mirror's just buying time. It's not looking good right now for Edelweiss. Like, they're looking pretty scrappy, but where they've got that game advantage, they can afford it.
Ball up backboard, jump down for Zafir's not going to go well for him. Carbo with a save, but 10 seconds remains, and no matter how good the saves are, it's not going to mean much to Slightly Salty as they have to concede this, go back to a game deficit as Edelweiss will look to take game 1 at 3-1.
That they will. So the first being picked on up by Edelweiss. That's got to be a bit of comfort for the lads. Like we've always said, that first game in any single series, Edelweiss seem to always look a little bit shaky, or at least, you know, playing at 70% of their normal power. So for them to come in and get the win straight out of the gates, I mean, we were sort of joking and laughing at Stroby for the 3-0, but it's now a possibility with game one going in Edelweiss's favor.
I mean, look, Slightly Salty did look like a very, very awkward formation in that game. And it's kind of awkward formation that I wasn't expecting to be awkward at all. I thought it would be a bit more of a confident affair from these guys, and that hasn't happened at all. Team hasn't gotten going. They haven't been able to find their star players. And the end result is a game pretty easily going the way of Edelweiss. Is there going to be adjustments for game two? Well, Carbo has the sideboard off the ceiling. He'll try and look down against all three players, but there's a double commit. There's a fair can block off. You had a bit of a mumble there, Ben. What's going on?
He was going straight for net there. When you've got 3 players in net, there's no way you're making your way through that. He needed options to pass it on because that would pull a player out of net, possibly a second to try and attempt to go up for the interception. You just open up your chances there because if you're going straight for net, it's very predictable, it's easy, you can read that line. When you put a pass in, it makes more options and makes it a little bit more obscure to read.
Something we criticised Sparks for in that last series, and now Slightly Salty making the same mistakes. Will it amount towards an easy game for Edelweiss? Well, right now, Carbo's into that corner, 9 points a boost. Timo's coming up. It's a fair there with a pinch away. Carbo involved alongside Mira. The sideboard pinch will allow him to get at least a dribble up towards the midfield line, but no points of boost, can't get it further than that. Polar and Zafair have got to come in. Polar's also out of boost. Touch in, Zafair can't receive it. Carbo beats him to the punch, and wants to be passed between each other to try and get the counter-attacks going, but not much in terms of anything past the midfield line for Edelweiss.
Yeah, and you're looking at Salty right now, you can see they've got great midfield. Their defense is very serviceable, but attack is just not coming on through. They can't get it into a position for a player to put the hammer behind it to really punish Edelweiss. Edelweiss looking a little bit too comfortable in defense, and that's just because they're doing some great zoning right now.
Ball in on Carbo, beats one, can't get that second player. Timo, good block off, beats Zafair. Off that sideboard he will go. Polar comes by Timo, ball into the sideboard, bounce out towards the midfield line. Timo tees that up, allows Carbo a chance to dunk it down. He almost won out that challenge. He wasn't able to get the full-on goal though. Blocked by the last man in the defense, and now they scramble to hold the corner control.
He will. Carbo just looking at the buy time, keeping it in for a nice slow dribble. Forces a 50-50. It's not a bad move, especially when he can grab boost, get back in defense there, and try once again. So whilst we're seeing this like back and forth game, a war of attrition, if you will, I'm still going to say that Edelweiss are in driving seat. They just have not decided yet to go on the attack. They're playing quite reserved, waiting for a mistake to come through.
Ball bounce up, Polar beaten by Timo, and despite the best efforts of Edelweiss, there is no goals being scored by them. Same for Slightly Salty though, so it's not like it's a major advantage, but going in the favour of the Salty Cat. They've just been able to hold on for longer. Will they break at the sign of Mirror coming down from the heavens? Well, he misses the touch, so it's not really that much of a threat. It's a fair with a follow-up. Can bump out of the way. He holds the defense though, and Polar can't really find anything in the midfield line, so Mirror there with his own defense. Polar blocks off one. Carver takes it off the sideboard. Pinch up and down into the midfield play, teed up. Blocked again, Polar involved. Off the backboard is where we will go. Shove it out of position and into the midfield play is where it goes next, but back in the attack for Timo's part. Good block. Can Carbo finish it? No, he can't.
Remember though, when we last had these very close 0-0 games, it was Slightly Salty that came out on top here, Jay. Perhaps this is a style which they're trying to enforce onto Edelweiss. I'm struggling to see that. I don't understand why Edelweiss can't just, you know, start breaking out on their own, because they're actively themselves, don't get me wrong, in defense, but whenever they get the chance, they're just throwing it towards net. They're not looking to build something up. Is there something going on with Slightly Salty where they're encouraging that behavior?
Ball off the backboard into the corner on the side. Juju or Carbo can't make their way in with a decent shot. Mirror with a decent clear. Polar takes it a bit high, can't get the dunk down, and Zafair's nowhere to be seen to continue the counter. He's actually falling back off position. Juju takes it above him. Back in for the next man. Carbo to the corner. 20 points of boost for him, so he's got to leave that. Polar can't get a second touch on that ball. Zafair can though. Juju with a miss. Chance now for Polar to try and pick this one out. Second touch going to be left. Mirror also committed towards that. Zafair with a recovery play. Bounce back in, and if Mirror had waited, that could have been a third man offensive that worked out well for him. He can shoot to the backboard though. 30 seconds left. Polar in.
Oh,
that's a corner. Not on, however. It's sent back towards the Edelweiss half. Almost goes in. It's going to roll past it. Polar gets back just in time.
And Mira just gets in there to get the clear. And look, he's on an absolute charge right now. Gonna have to just settle for the block. But the ball is down in slight Sully half. They've got a few seconds left to go, and an opportunity is arising right now.
3 seconds blocked off by Timo just about. Polar, no boost left for him though. He's going to have to leave it for Mira to come forward. He's way too far back. Carbo's on the attack as well. And Mira committing to the corner. Second touch is going to take this out of position. Bounce up. Where's his teammates? Nowhere to be seen. And slightly salty. Take the smart option. Go to overtime here in game 2 and go for golden goal at 0-0.
That's it. Acquire the reset. Things were starting to slip away from them. Polar, though, just wanted to slip that past the back lines like that has. Somehow, someway, Timo's got the clearance. No one is home. When slightly salty, come knock it.
That is the worst way to concede a game on Edelweiss's part. They are going to be really miffed at that. So miffed.
I missed it that.
Yeah, I mean, we're all miffed at that here at this stage, Bacon. That is going to disappoint quite a lot of people, not just Edelweiss, all their fans, their supporters, because that should not be a goal to slightly salty score.
No, when you look at this top-level Rocket League, you're like, oh, you've always got someone back in defense, and where are they? Not there.
Nowhere to be seen.
Why?
404, defense not found.
Don't get me wrong, it was a fairly quick goal at the end of the day. What was it, 11 seconds? So you can understand it's everyone trying to push up after kickoff. But that's still not a valid excuse at this level. That's Edelweiss with a slip-up.
Ball in immediately to their own half. Mira's going to have this ball up. Carbo, awkward, Polar. Defensive held. Timo going to try and get the offensive going very early here, but we're 1-1 on the board, and Polar, a beautiful pick out of the air, and that's a start for Edelweiss.
That's what we want to see more from Edelweiss. Brilliant run from Polar, get up high and chased onto it, but Polar perfectly dropped it. 18 seconds left to go, and Edelweiss look rejuvenated.
A great start. Definitely better compared to the entire game. They didn't score a single goal in game 2, so slightly salty. Back on the back foot. Can they recover it? Mira send this one back to the salty half. Juju off the ceiling has the boost involved. Can carry it pretty far forward. Not all the way though. Zafair and Mira here. Zafair with a decent dribble down. Almost carried it right to net. Mira going to try and find Polar. Polar's got to take that off to the midfield, and his mispositioning has been a bit of a problem for Edelweiss so far here in this series. I start to wonder whether there are some weaker points for this team to receive it, and then I find him doing more passing plays like that, only cut off by one of the offending players on the slightly salty cap. It's still in the blue half though, and they're still in danger of being scored against.
They are. Juju here, he's in such a difficult position. He's got only 10 boost. It keeps getting stolen away from him. And
lovely.
Damn.
Absolutely lovely from Zafair. Pinch down, flick involved, still held his aerial. Second touch to completely throw Timo off. You can see he was so ready to defend that ball as well. 2-0 for Edelweiss, and now they're turning up the heat. Now they're starting to look like the champions of old. Ball off that corner, but the man of the moment, Carbo, we talked about him extensively in the Sparks series, and now he's shown up to get a goal back.
That's it. It's only a kickoff goal, but Carbo has been so solid all season long on them. Only 1 minute 20 into this one. One goal separating these two sides. Who's going to get the next? Edelweiss could reclaim quite a nice healthy barrier, or it could all be tied up.
Ball in, awkward, Carbo looking for his moment. Can't beat Polar, however. It's a fair in. Juju off the crossbar, taken away
Dangerous.
by Mira, and that ball goes all the way towards the other half. Second touch goes a bit high, and Zafair and Polar can't find their shots to go back inside, so they've got to fall back to their own half of the field. The defensive needs to hold. Polar leaving this for Zafair. Juju beaten out, his teammates on rotate. Timo still beats out one player on a decent touch out, but unable to go for the actual shot itself.
Yeah, and Juju and Polar just having a tussle there, trying to win over the ball. Polar does get the winning touch in the end, the throw it down into salty half, but he's only having to do that to near enough by time. So fair to bring out the demos is respect on his opponents, knowing that he's got to remove them to try and open up the lines.
Ball in, Carbo. Decent saves. Affair's the man that takes control of the ball. Teed off by one of the players. Juju actually registered a shot to target, but Mirror defensive. Juju demoing players out. Mirror gonna have to try and receive this ball. Can only get the 100 after the pass has been sent off. So the best he can do is just get a touch in to disrupt any players. Shot in from Zafair. Meanwhile, the setup can be going good for him, but Carbo again with the defense. Mirror trying to find Zafair again. It's wombo combo duo alongside Polar, the finishing man off the crossbar. Doesn't score the goal. Zafair still looks for his moment, but it's blocked again by Salty.
It is indeed that crossbar once again coming in clutch. Mirror here though, just running out of boost, but forcing these blocks. Not going to be able to get a block there. Carbo one-on-one. Juju's trying to hunt down Polar, and he will find him. Carbo finds the net, and we're all tied up.
That's all Juju right there. Look at him with this bump, shoving Polar out of the way, forcing him to pre-jump it. Hopefully he can get a slight touch against it, but it's slight salt for Edelweiss as they go 2-0 now, 2-2 I should say, against Slightly Salty. And man, this game has turned into a game of thrills on the part of the Salty side as they continue to contest against Edelweiss, a team who are fighting elimination here. Both of them still are in the lower bracket. And if Slightly Salty can somehow come up with an advantage, that could put them in some serious hot water.
It could indeed. It's all about reactions right now. Who blinks first? Polar going up high. And he's going straight for net. No, Zafair nearly being able to get in. Timo doing so well to get up high there.
Ball sent over by Mirror. Zafair trying to receive it. Backboard touch in to leave it for his teammate. They're way too far away though. One miss inbound. Polar tees it up. Not a lot of boost to go for. Zafair's got a place to put it at 100. Mirror's also too far forward. That ball's going right back to the blue half. It's not centered up though, so no shots in, no overcommitments this time from Edelweiss. They send it wide again, send it to target. Zafair trying to take it to the corner. Bounce back inside the box. Juju can block it. Polar with a receiver to the sideboard trying to find Mirror. And Mirror's taken away by Timo. His defensive holds and Slightly Salty do not give up this lead. I say that and still they're going to try and pry it from their cold dead hands. And Zafair punishes one mistake, takes it away from the miss of the backboard, and Edelweiss have 3.
And it is always this man to step up and lead the charge for Edelweiss. Zafair all on his own, off the wall. And then the double touch for it down. Edelweiss back in the lead, as you say, Jay. 40 seconds left to go. How do Salty respond?
With great difficulty, pressures on Polar, backboard involved. 30 seconds remaining. Carbo coming up. Zafair, sideboard bounce, leaving it for his teammate. Shot in, a little bit too wide there from Polar's part. Gonna leave that ball instead. Zafair coming up here with a receiver. Back down towards the backboard. What a touch, but what a save from Carbo, still reading it. Pass back to Zafair. Breakaway attacks inbound, 10 seconds remaining. Polar's gonna continue the pressure though. Bounce back in against Timo. He's got to find a breakaway now. 5 seconds to leave it to Carbo. A very slow ball. Zafair back in. Chance to double tap it, and it hits the floor for Edelweiss to take the game 2-1 now up in the series. And while Slightly Salty gave it their best shot, it wasn't to be.
Wasn't indeed. You can see once Edelweiss start to build up in confidence, when they get that aggression, when they get that pace going, oh boy, do they look like they just come alive. But Slightly Salty are wanting to make this game awkward, to really hinder Edelweiss, and at many, many moments, it's working.
It really is, and this match has turned into a banger as a result, Bacon. Who would have thought it? We had them written off at 3-1. Potential here for the Slightly Salty side to go potentially up to 2-2 at this particular moment. Definitely the sleep has been denied on the part of Stroby's prediction, so I'm happy for that much at least. But in terms of the goals, Carbo finds one of his own. Slightly Salty have the lead in this one.
I mean, the possibility now could go to Game 5, who knows? But Carbo getting that early opening goal, that's promising for Salty, because it does seem like they need that little bit of extra to help them out.
I don't want to be the bear, not the bearer of bad news. What's the phrase? Like the fearmonger amongst the favourites. But what's the chances that Edelweiss get eliminated here by Slightly Salty in the next 2 games?
Always a chance, Jay. Always a chance. Not going to put it down as a percentage just yet. But right now, Carbo looking to do absolute bits.
Got so close, but was unable to do so. Pass in for Timo. Juju back up. Taking away Polar. The sideboard bounce coming in off the ceiling and to the backboard itself. Polar denied. Juju involved with the sideboard again. Mirror coming up with that save. Polar beaten out. Ball centered up. Taken away by Zafair. Polar inbound. Carbo can't receive it. Polar's going to get sent out of position as a result of this. Juju back in. Up to the ceiling and the sideboard is where Zafair will take it. Blocked off by Timo. Juju also beaten to the punch by Miru. He's sending it very far wide though, so there can't be a goal coming in. Zafair will try and find Polar, which will be successful on, but they want him out towards a goal. Bumps in, Polar almost shoves Juju out the way, but he's not able to get the goal in. Shots back, and the save for Juju.
I'm just thinking of the let me in meme right now, because each and every time Edelweiss put a banger towards the net, someone from Slightly Salty is there to deny. Polar being able to jump. What a great clearance. What a pass up to Zafair. Polar wants to be lingering about. Look at that, the dart across to pick this up. Oh, and he just misses it, but Miru's ready to step in.
Oh, block out from Carbo again to take away the attacking owners here for Edelweiss, and they have been getting a lot of good shots on, but it's just been saved or blocked by the crossbar or by the players. He clears away, involves Zafair back in off the ceiling. Can he control this ball for a redirect? If he can, but it will not go to target. It's Polar alone, standing alone on the defense. Gets to the midfield, grabs that 100, takes it away from any attacking player. Beating Carbo, not beating Juju. Zafair now back in, gonna try and find Polar, redirects it, it goes offside, and Juju takes it wide.
Where's Zafair in this play? Miru's trying to look for him, but Zafair needs to stick around the midfield. He's got Polar in defense. He knows that pass is not going to come to him. It's almost like we're getting teased for goals right now. They're so close, but not close enough.
Edelweiss are looking like a very scrambled force though. 2.5 minutes to go, and they're still yet to score here, even though they've had like so many opportunities here. Not all great opportunities, but opportunities nonetheless here. Juju to the ceiling, back into the midfield. Mirror taking control. Tee up for Carbo. Blocked again, and Zafair has the ball up in the ceiling. Mirror with the receiver, trying to see if he can take it down. Finally slips it past. No, he doesn't. Timo somehow saving against them, and Edelweiss just can't catch a break here.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can. Mirror does slip one past the line, and at long last, Edelweiss can bring a sigh of relief because they have avoided the danger zone of conceding one back.
Sometimes it's nice to be wrong, AJ. 1 minute 48 left on the clock. Right now, Slightly Salty are fighting to go to Game 5. Edelweiss fighting to go to the Grand Finals.
Ball in for Mirror. Off that backboard alongside Polar and Zafair. The midfield line, Juju's going to try and contest this. Polar again gets it going alongside Zafair's part. Can't quite line it up to a decent ball in. They'll try for it. Mirror's going to pick his moment. Send it off to the corner, but shove out the way, leaves Carbo all the control alongside Juju for the counter-attack. And look at how far passive Edelweiss are going to go here. Give a lot of breathing into the attack. Juju involved, Carbo. I thought he shoved Zafair out of the way there, and had he been removed from play, that possibly could have been in denial. Polar the backboard, Mirror involved, doesn't get the shot in, and again, they are just beating Edelweiss to this ball. There is no chance to score a lead here. We could be going to overtime in the last 60 seconds.
Yeah, could do indeed, but Edelweiss still hunting for that opportunity. A little bit too flat hit, so Carbo can get this away, but look at Carbo trying to charge, and no one from Slightly Salty is there to be able to back him on up. This last period, it's just going to be all Edelweiss attacking and Slightly Salty having to weather the storm.
Ball into the center line, Juju and Carbo. Pinch away, beating one, follows suit for Mirror, goes up and over, and Carbo takes that one up and out of position. 30 seconds left, they've got to get a move on here. Ball in for Carbo, direct center, perfectly in front of the penalty area. Polar leaving for Timo. Mirror takes it up over towards Polar next. Good shot, just blocked by Carbo. What is going on? How do they hold it on rotations, let alone the back line? And Carbo set up for the goal here. Polar is going to remove it. Timo involved to the backboard. It's going to pinch itself right in front of the net, but Mirror gets his clear away and now dribbles up. It's blocked to overtime, and we will be going the distance again here, Bacon.
Slightly Salty a bit, playing the best we have ever seen from them, and they are pushing Edelweiss to the limit. They're making a great statement for themselves to make it on through to those grand finals, but they've got to win this OT to be able to go to Game 5 first.
Oh, just blocked away by Timo on that attack. Zafair continuing to lead the charge. Mirror continuing to lead the rotations. He's on that right-hand side. Tees it up past 1 and 2. Timo there in the corner has Polar to beat. Polar's going to take that ball in. Can't get much momentum behind it. Mirror does take Timo out of play, at least in out of the defensive line. Mirror here, dribble plays, flip available, can't connect it. Neither can the opposition's affair with a perfect chance. Polar off the backboard. Where's his teammate? Nowhere. The return can come through from Slightly Salty. Now they can set up the attack.
They can, but they won't. Not going to be able to just muster the troops in time. Mirror with the shot, and it connects. Edelweiss are going to the grand finals.
What a bump! What a bump! To shove Carbo out of the way, to shove Juju away from play, and get a 3-1 series for Edelweiss. But I have to say, Slightly Salty put up a fight. I didn't think Edelweiss looked very good in that one at all.
I don't know. Edelweiss were looking good. They just weren't clean. They weren't converting those shots. I mean, you look up straight there. That's an incredible 15 shots to 2 goals. How?
I mean, it's one of those ones where you look at the whole situation and you think that how many saves Slightly Salty had gotten. Because, I mean, those stats must be absolutely through the roof at that particular point. Like, you look at how unbelievably good they held it, and it's just like, man alive, you know? Like, that was a really well-played series from Salty. And even though they're out right now, again, Edelweiss looking forward here. Coconuts must be licking their lips.
Oh, Coconut is probably already considering themselves champions there because they've got that mentality about them. Edelweiss still need to find another level, I think, to be able to take down Coconutters. But they're going to get a little bit of a break. They're going to get an interview, of course, with Strike as well, which would be great fun to see how they're feeling because, of course, we didn't hear from them after that loss. So I'm wondering what's going through the Edelweiss minds right now.
It's a very big question, and I think one that's going to reveal a lot considering what's going on at this moment. When you think about Edelweiss taking their first loss in a final, like that's got to rock them a little bit. And I do feel like, again, something was about them in that matchup wasn't 100%. You know, I look at that, and yes, whilst it was a very well-played series there from the likes of Slightly Salty, I also look at that one and think that 3-1 doesn't fully describe it. I think that's when you consider for how long they had it to evens, for how many times they contested the lead, like that probably could have been a 3-2 series easily.
Yeah, and it sort of makes me think and understand now why they were doing the boot camping, why they were cautious. They weren't confident in being able to take this all. So they had to put the extra work in, which is something new to us. We know they're hard-working lads, but we've never actually seen it this badly.
Indeed. Well, look, they do take the victory at the end of the day here for Edelweiss. They move forward to our grand finals, taking the International Masters as well. And Strike standing by with, I believe, Zafir right now to talk us through that last match.
And here we are again, ladies and gentlemen, and what a matchup we just saw. Edelweiss prevailing, and here he is, the man, the captain, there right now. What's the feeling? Any shaking in the knees, or are you confident?
I'm feeling really confident, and I think the team does so as well, because it was a cool performance. It was really fun to play, and we're feeling good.
Some of these shots were insane, and then they were so close, and then they didn't go in, and the whole place, the audience, the casters, everyone was like, oh no, because it was just too close. Was that strong play? Should those have gone in? Did you make mistakes that you're like, can't happen on this level, or was it okay?
I mean, like, we still have opponents. Like, they still play well as well, and like they got some very good saves. Maybe we could have gotten 1 or 2 more goals, but at the end of the day, I think we scored quite some nice goals.
Oh, you did, and that's the sportsmanship this man is known for. And now that the trophy isn't Zafir away anymore, I had to do it. Very sorry. I had to do it. How do you feel? Is it going to be? Is the line going to hold up? Are you going to just continue the tradition and just dominate every single TCS Esports League?
I mean, we didn't really dominate the season today, I would say, but like, we're going to try our best, and I think now that we're super warmed up and we also find something that can make us a bit better, so they better should be prepared for us.
Let's hope they are. And Coconutters against Edelweiss, kind of like the matchup that everybody saw coming, everybody was kind of excited for, because, you know, the juggernaut, somewhat of the underdog against each other, and it is the grand finals right now. What do you guys have to look out for in these well, really strong players actually in this season?
I guess the most dangerous stuff for us is basically the individual plays, like the ceiling shots, the double taps, etc. So I think if we can shut this down, if we have a clean defense, then I guess we can really shut them down, get the counterattacks going, and win the match.
Okay, and I heard a few voices throughout this event today that it looks like Edelweiss' tactic is to go in hard, then, let the leash roll a little bit, give your opponent the feeling like, oh, now suddenly they got their strength back, and then just push away. Is that it?
Apparently, like, it's not on purpose, but apparently it's it. So, I mean, like, we're now just gonna, like, now it counts, so the stress is on us.
Yeah.
And, like, before, like, I don't know, sometimes, like, diamonds are only formed under pressure, so, yeah. Like, now it's a chance, now we have to do it, so now we're going to try our best to win it all.
Absolutely, and that's a fair from Edelweiss Esports. Congrats again, and good luck in the grand final Season 6 TCS Esports League. All the best to you. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go into that, get everybody in front of the screens, get your partners, your parents, your grandparents, your dogs, your cats, because this is for the trophy. The next one is going to be the one that counts for everything. We're going to go into a quick break, and then we're going to be back. Don't go anywhere.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
And there you have it. We are back here in Lucerne for the TCS Esports League Season 6 Grand Finals. And when I say Grand Finals, I mean Grand Finals. The next match is going to be for all the marbles, the trophy, and the big money. And it is no lesser than Edelweiss and the Coconutters, the ones that were already in the top bracket when this event started out. Who will it be? I hope you have a favorite. I hope you're going to jump out of your seats when this happens. Get all your popcorn, because right now, this is what it's all about. We're going to look at a few player videos to look at the strengths of these teams, and then we're going to go right back to the casters and analysts. I can't wait for this one. I hope you can't either. See you on the field.
Diese Season ist vieles anders, aber vor allem, dass wir gewinnen werden.
Hallo zusammen, wir sind Edelweiss eSports.
Et on est là pour défendre le titre.
E se non vincete, siete licenziati.
Okay, wait. Did I hear Strike say the trophy is not so far away anymore? Is that what he said?
I'm still recovering.
Dude,
recovering.
Come on, man.
Strike, that was horrid. I don't know.
Well,
but
it happened.
back to the case. My prediction was wrong because there was a fluctuation in the connection to the spiritual energy and stuff.
I see. That's a good explanation.
Yeah.
You were dethroned as the prediction oracle, I guess.
I'm still an oracle, but a bad one.
Well, you got some doubters now.
I got some doubters now.
Let's say that. Well, anyway, was a very nice series.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we take apart that series, I just want to bring up the bracket for today's finals, because maybe some viewers have just tuned in. Maybe production could get that up.
Yeah, I mean we started the day off with Edelweiss versus Coconutters, right? In the winner bracket, there was a banger of a series. So whoever wasn't able to watch that, go back and watch the first series of the day. It's the same teams as we're going to see in the grand finals, and it was just a banger. Hopefully, this will be the case again in the grand finals. And yeah, Edelweiss lost that. After that, we went down to the lower bracket where Slightly Salty and Sparks faced off. Slightly Salty got through. Now they fell to Edelweiss, who are now in the grand finals. So yeah, Coconutters and Edelweiss again, and now in the best of 7.
Yes, absolutely. But before that, I want to just point a few pointers to the previous match.
Yes.
Because I heard Bacon and Che talk about that Servette looked... Servette. Oh,
Servette? What year is it? What year is it?
I was scared I would do that mistake.
It happens.
No. Okay. Edelweiss. They were saying they looked weak. It wasn't like a very comfortable game, but I just think that in this series you could see like the difference in play style, where Slightly Salty, we were sitting in front of the Slightly Salty squad, and they were always like, oh, I'm bumping, I'm pushing. That was their approach to the game, and you could see that clearly, that either they had a lot of pressure or they were just stuck in their own half. And on the other side, Servette, absolutely pop-off plays from Sofair, from Polar, mirroring, finding the gaps, some insane shots, and it's sad, like they had a lot of shots, but credit to Slightly Salty, some of them saves, those insane, absolutely last second. The ball was blinking and it just got out. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you have to give kudos to the defense of Slightly Salty. That was absolutely amazing defensive work. But what did it cost, right? They had to give so much energy in the defense. They weren't really able to push out too much, and it was hard for them to, like, for the chances they did get from Edelweiss, it was hard for them to capitalize onto them, and it was just tough. And the game that they did win in the overtime, you know, they had to put everything into to not let Edelweiss score, and then the overtime goal, it was a bit of a mistake. It was a bit of an awkward goal, but yeah, they had to give everything just to hold the defense down. So it was tough for them to even build up an offensive pressure themselves. Edelweiss in the end proved that they did get it, and that they did get it in a 3-1. So thanks to Edelweiss for letting one game go.
Just to break my prediction streak.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that was payback for predicting against them in game 1 and actually getting it right. You know, maybe that was payback from the fair.
Maybe.
But we never know that. We now want to focus on that big match ahead of us, and maybe our casters could join us as well for the pre-analysis. Yeah, sure. You're welcome. No. Because, I mean, we got another season done, almost done. We got the grand final ahead of us, and it's like game 1, it's Coconutters against Edelweiss. Coconutters being 1 game up, that's really important to note, because they got through to the upper bracket. But from what I've seen in the previous match, Edelweiss looks a lot more comfortable. Or is it just me?
It's weird, because Edelweiss in that last series, when we look at it, were just always attacking. But the defense was able to figure them out. Like, Slightly Salty, to be able to make it so that from Edelweiss's 16 shots, they're only able to get 2 goals. That conversion ratio is generally a losing team's conversion ratio, you know? So for Edelweiss to win on that just means they were having to hammer it hard. And does that mean Edelweiss are predictable? Does that mean they're easy to defend against purely because it's easy to know, Edelweiss are continuously going up to the top corners or the bottom right corners? They don't make it simple, so you always overthink it. Now, Edelweiss, I think, will come into this next game and just play about in so many different ways to make it as weird as possible. So next match could be a bit of a oddity for us.
I mean, I'm not sure whether I think it's predictability per se. I feel like Slightly Salty definitely came into that one with the knowledge of how to beat a team like Edelweiss. Again, we've seen them several times over the season. We saw them in the upper bracket of the playoff. saw them lose out to them. They still took a game away in that particular matchup, and they were the team that got them with the victory for Slightly Salty's part when they still had Bateau in for Edelweiss. So they definitely know how to beat a team like that, and I guess that in this case it does prove that upgrade in Polar worth it for the Edelweiss side. But I also looked at that matchup and I think that they definitely came prepared because they've had a little bit of time to dig over VODs, dig over demos, and the defense really showed it. Like you mentioned, shot conversion ratio like that is absolutely ridiculous. But I think that might say more about Edelweiss than it does say about than Slightly Salty there. The fact that they're able to get that kind of shot conversion ratio and still win.
Yes, absolutely. Syntax was talking to me before about Polar's role in the roster of Edelweiss, and you were saying something like it seems like Polar is the better offensive option than Mirror.
Well, I just thought in the last game that Mirror was a bit quiet. With other third men, like other than Polar, in earlier seasons, Mirror was really like the offensive powerhouse, and feels like with Polar in there, he has like a second, or they have another option in the front, right? So I think Polar is a great, a great offensive player. Lets Mirror also branch out a bit. And that's nothing bad, or not to talk down to Mirror.
It was the same with Yagi on board, right? So,
exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So I think with Polar on board, Mirror gets a lot more options, and it's working out great so far. So yeah, that's what I kind of figured from what I've seen today.
Yeah, and just looking back at that first match, what does Servette need to do?
He's done it again, boys. He's done it again.
Old habits are.
Are you getting flashbacks to season 1 finals?
Please don't call me out on Twitter, Edelweiss. Please. Edelweiss, what does Edelweiss need to do different in this next grand final to be able to get the better of Coconutters? That's what I'm asking right now.
Well, I think they need to do exactly what they did in the third and fourth games in the first match today, because that really was the peak Edelweiss. And I know that's a bit of a vague statement, but there's a lot going on in those matches that show what Edelweiss can do. The confidence was there. You mentioned Polar being potentially the better striking option. That also, it may be gearing him up to go for goals is potentially a good idea. But the one thing we can't see, and the one thing we shouldn't see from Edelweiss is a lack of confidence. If they come into this matchup and they're not looking like they're on their A game, it's game over, and we're going to have a new champion.
Good point.
For me, it comes down again to Polar, but I'm going to give an adjective to his name. It's persistent Polar. You look at how Yagi was playing earlier today, where it was continuously hound down the player, hound down the ball, hound down the boost, player, ball, boost, player, ball, boost. Polar was doing that back in week 5, 6, and 7, where we got that stellar game where Edelweiss were able to beat out Coconuts previously, where Edelweiss were able to beat out Lausanne, was Polar continuously hit ball, bump player, and then get boost, and then get back into rotation. Today, he was a little bit more, I'm going to hit the ball, I'm not really confident, I'm getting the player, so I'm just going to go for boost. Indecision kicked in for him. He needs to remove that indecision and just play with instinct again.
Yeah, absolutely. So, final predictions. Even though I was wrong last time, I'm not going to fail this time.
Confidence.
To be fair, you were only wrong by a game.
Yeah,
so,
by a game. So
it's not the worst thing in the world.
I'm not the perfect oracle, but a pretty good one. Okay. Syntax.
Okay, you know what? It's a grand finals. It's a best of 7. I'm just so excited to see it. I want to see 7 games. I want to see Sefer lift trophy number 6. I'm going for 4-3 for Edelweiss. I just want to see some exciting Rocket League. I couldn't be more hyped for this. The way that first matchup went. Best of 7 now. Coconuts, Edelweiss. It's just a banger. I'm so glad to be here to witness it. I want to see those 7 games, and I'm going for Edelweiss.
4-3 as well. That's like you think this one is going to be just as much a coin toss as the best of 5.
I just need to see it. I just want it.
Awesome. Well, I guess I'll go next then. This is such a difficult one to see because I look at both the games that we've seen from these two teams before in TCS. They've both gone to 5 games. One went the way of Edelweiss, one went the way of Coconutters. The more recent affair went the form of Coconutters. And look back to that last series, and I think if they were watching it, if they were able to pick out those little intricacies and sort of hold the same defensive as Slightly Salty, then Coconutters might be able to win it. But it's all a what if, because they're also going to be a little bit cold coming into this matchup because, well, Edelweiss have just been playing. So Oh, it's really difficult to weigh up.
Another coin?
Another coin. Does anyone actually have a coin so I can flip it? No?
I don't think. No,
Damn it.
sorry.
No. Or maybe someone from production can come by and swing by a little bit later so I can officiate my prediction with a coin flip. I am going to pick Coconutters on this one. Again, it will be 4-3. I feel so dirty saying that because it's just Edelweiss are the best team in Switzerland, but I feel like they're about to be dethroned here.
And I do as well, which makes me feel even dirtier because I think it's going to be 4-2. Coconuts looking hot today, and Edelweiss, while got it in them, they get overcome. They get figured out. Their playstyle then has been getting shut down by even slightly salty. We're able to shut down Edelweiss' playstyle, to which they had to then go, into a blocking meta and all of that sort of stuff. So when you look at Coconuts here, I think this is it. This could be the end of the era, but we won't know until we get onto the pitch.
Go on, Stroby, what have you...
I already...
What does the book say?
What's in the Bible?
What's in the book? No, I need to listen to my heart, and my heart still belongs to Edelweiss. And I think he's come such a long way, especially in the Swiss scene, and even he deserves that trophy right now, even more than any other. And I believe it. I think it's going to be close because the Coconuts are one game up. So I'm going to predict same as Syntax 4-3 for Edelweiss. And that's my prediction. And I don't want to wait any longer. We're going to head for the last time this season back to our casters, Jay and Bacon. I wish you a very, very pleasant watch there for the last match. My name is Troby. This was Syntax. We're probably going to not see each other again.
We're out.
We're out. Hope you had fun. See you later.
Grand finals, baby.
Grand finals.
Don't go anywhere though. We're still on.
Yeah,
so those guys can go away. But we're set for an absolutely amazing. Bye guys. Set for an amazing grand final rematch here, Bacon. And really, you couldn't.
We're already hopping onto the pitch. Not yet. We're not ready. We are not ready for this moment, but they are. So we've got to get going.
All right, let's jump into the game. Let's do it. Edelweiss up by nothing. It's Coconuts with a game advantage from coming in from the upper bracket. So they just need to win 3 as Yagi gets things started. Coconuts with it all to do here. They are in the grey half as Dead Monster holds this ball out into the corner. Texo with a decent block. And already we just pressed the issue. Polar and Mirror in the defensive line will find that clear off towards the black net. And Texo has Dead Monster to receive it as well. They'll put it back down to Fair with a tee up, bumping against him. Texo's got a pretty open net, but no boost to carry forward the offense.
I'm still shaking at the moment of this. Jay. Oh, Polar coming in. They brought him for a reason here to kick it off. Don't get me wrong, stellar block, stellar 50-50 from Mirror, but Polar to just one-on-one Yagi. Dead Monster's not quick enough to get to that back post, and that's a beautiful opener for Edelweiss.
You see immediately how the Edelweiss side were just so hyped about that particular goal. They were so hyped about the way that they scored it. And now they have that lead, an all-important lead for them. Can it carry on into the rest of this series? Can it carry forward into the rest of the grand finals? Coconutters are on the back foot here as Polar does shoot to try and score. Dead Monster with a defensive, and Mirror will fall away. Texo with the dribble plays. Can he get it in the net? No, he can't. Polar with a block. Yagi trying to follow it up. Where's Dead Monster? He's out of field, and he's blocked by Polar as he couldn't quite reach that ball in time. Sent off to the corner. Mirror going to let that one glide right past the box and back into the corner of his own play, beating one offender, but can't quite carry it to a clear.
No, he can't. Great idea for the pass up for Safair there, but unfortunately not able to reach him. That's a little bit dangerous across from Mirror, and so far we have seen Edelweiss looking strong, but as soon as they make that little slip up, you can see this is dangerous right now. Both teams really ready for this. Great to see, of course, Edelweiss recollecting themselves after that last win against Slightly Salty, but I mean, Coconutters, from the way we've seen them play, from the way we've seen them just walking around this arena, they haven't been really keeping warm. They're just so confident in themselves today.
3 minutes to the clock. Edelweiss are the ones that have that opening goal. Is there a way the Coconutters can find a response, or is there going to be more to do for this team? Yagi away, Texo being into the play, ball off the backboard. Yagi will turn it into the midfield lines. Affair has his 100 points of boost and steals another one from the back post as well. Mirror coming forward off the clear, beats two defenders. Can he get Yagi? No, he can't. Polar can, but he's got going to have to give a little bit of breathing into kind of rotations here. TCSEL takes that one wide as a result, but they have starved the boost of the Edelweiss side. They cannot get these balls in the backs of the net here. 2.5 minutes into this game thus far, and Yagi here with a dribble play. Almost goes so far as a goal, but it's saved by the last line.
Already over half the match gone. And these two teams just battling it on out. Champions Field is now the site of a war. Yagi with a great little dribble, try and send it away, 1-on-1. Deadmonster wanted the demo, doesn't need it. Yagi with a little duck and weave.
He scored against his former teammates again. What a flick. And what a goal it was from him. 1-1 to the board. Took a bit of time there for Coconuts to really get going, but now that they're going, here we go. This series is on.
So tense right now. The crowd almost in silence out there. Safar not able to get those connections, so uncharacteristic. TCSEL is up. He wanted to fake it, and Polar was always going for the one.
Not going to let him go so far with it. Safar off the sideboard. Deadmonster involved to the ceiling. Yagi back down alongside Deadmonster. Both players are going to try and find a breakaway. Yagi's got a decent clear potential, but he's blocked off. Polar involved. Sends that one up high. Deadmonster with a receivable play will try to take it back down. Safar blocking, Mirror, no points of boost to receive it. That ball gets sent over towards the box, but having to get taken away off that backboard. It's a pinch off. A little over 15 seconds to the minute. Time is starting to run short, and we could be seeing overtime for the first game here if things keep going this way, Bacon.
We could indeed, and I would not deny it in any single way. Tantalizingly tense. And that's what you want in a grand final right now. Both these two teams push to the limit, not only physically from their endurance from playing so many games, but mentally. The stress is going to be on them. Polar looking this out, Mirror, but just not able to do it. A nice little attempt once again, but Coconutters hold on.
Polar comes up to send it over towards Mirror. Couldn't receive the ball, couldn't go for the full-on strike. 30 seconds left. Yagi tees it up off the backboard. Big miss, but so does TCSEL. Deadmonster in, still slips it past them. And TCN have the second.
You look at this though, all eyes on Yagi as he darts across. They're all expecting TCSEL as well. TCSEL trying to get a bump on Polar, not able. And Polar's just got to put his car in the middle of the net, try and block out anything that Deadmonster throws at it. But unfortunately, Deadmonster's been able to thread the needle. 22 seconds left to go. Edelweiss have got to get running.
And look at Yagi going for another one. It's a little bit too close to the post. And Deadmonster has the boost available to try to tee off against them. The final 10-second countdown about to ensue. And Edelweiss are getting desperate here. Yagi comes up with aerial dribble. That will take away all attacking potential for the moment. TCSEL will look for his way out. Polar with a clear. Deadmonster to try and receive it. Actually, Zafar sets it up, and Deadmonster can take it off to the left. Demo's involved. Slopes in the way. And they couldn't quite reach that ball in time as Coconutters take the first game.
And that now moves them 2-0 in this best of 7. You've got to remember getting that one-game advantage from the upper bracket. And this now feels like there's a whole gulf, an ocean between the two teams, but it's only 2 games.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about there, the TCS Esports League trophy, which, well, right now they're only within a couple games difference now for the Coconutters to gain this matchup and this tournament by extension. It all comes up to them. They are 2-0 ahead. They are in full control of this. Yagi and Polar dealing out the initial couple of blows in towards that front corner. Deadmonster beaten out by Zafar. Mirror's going to try shove Yagi out of the way. He couldn't receive the pass in the shot. Polar will try find Zafar. Good passing plays inland, blocked by TCSEL. Back in for Mirror, can receive it. And Zafar almost bumped Yagi out of the way. Had he done that, I think that ball would have gone in. It would have been slow, but it would have gone past the line regardless. Polar involved. Blocked by Deadmonster. Into that midfield is where they'll commit towards it. You are right about a double commit, but it doesn't work out against Edelweiss.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Edelweiss right there with the double commit. It's sort of wasted boost. They've got to be so in sync with one another. So a little slip up like that, and you can see they're once again locked into their own half. And that is just going to hurt them so much. takes so long to build up the amount of boost, getting a player into positions that they can attack, finally throwing it towards net, but they're looking for ground. They're not looking for that net straight away.
Yagi up, Den Monster to receive it off the ceiling, off the backboard. They can't quite get the goal in, too close to the backboard itself. It's pinched away. Den Monster pinch up and overturned away by Polar. And leaving it towards Mirror as he sends it back to the back lines. Yagi can receive that, send it right back. Den Monster actually want to get a bit of a better touch thanks to Polar. He's going to go for the dunk down. Texo needed to bump the fair out of the way. He went out to the backboard rather than to the net itself, so he couldn't have cleared out the line. That could have been a perfect chance. A bit of a mistake being made there by the Coconut side.
But nonetheless, Coconutters are making confusion straight with you saying, going for the bump, I'm thinking he's going for the fake. What are the players thinking from Edelweiss as they're looking in the heat of the moment at this and have to just react on the spot, place their car somewhere, put the inputs on in, and they cannot make a mistake.
Center lines, Affair takes that over to the corner. Texo trying to find Yagi. Polar with his chance. Can't land that second touch. You can leave it for Zafir instead, who dribbles it, almost gets it past. But Yagi is the hero of that particular defense. Although Den Monster was beaten, Yagi was still there to bail him out. He can't bail out anything this time, though. Den Monster has to find the clear away. He's got no boost to do so. Zamira can challenge successfully. Now take his own dribble, try and challenge on Texo, but he can't get it past him.
I think today's story has been all about Yagi, Jay. He has been the difference maker, it feels like, for Coconuts. Don't get me wrong, the story of Coconuts is the story of Texo, but today, Season 6 Finals, I think it's going to be Yagi, the one that everyone remembers, but Den Monster. What a way to pipe up.
While Yagi might be the player to remember, we've got plenty of memories of the individual goals and of the individual moments. Big stuff from Den Monster, and he becomes the difference maker in this particular game. 1-0 at halftime. That's a start again for the Coconutters, and Edelweiss, they've struggled to bring these back.
Polar's got a decent little follow-up on his kickoff, but he needs someone coming around middle to chase onto it, and Edelweiss are just not quick enough to get in there. When they do get quick enough in there, well, it's met easily by Coconutters. Again, Coconutters haven't figured out Edelweiss. Edelweiss need to come up with a new way to play on the spot. They need some new trick just to breed a little bit confusion, because Coconuts today, their communication has just been on that next level. It's not perfect, but it's just getting so close.
Well, Texo has the ball up here with control. No points of boost to continue it, however. Polar with his clear away. Edelweiss trying to slow things down, trying to find a bit more of a coordinated play, but will that become more readable for the Coconutters? We talked about that predictability in the pre-game. That might be something to watch for. Yagi sealing up Edelweiss, having Mirror to try and challenge him. The pinch away, Yagi control back, Mirror's in that corner. What can he set up for? Nothing. Yagi takes the ball away from him entirely. This allows any real chances here for them to really strike back. Pass in for Mirror, he's too far away from Zafir. Yagi gonna have this ball. Has he dunked it? He almost did. Polar's there for the defense.
He is. 1 minute. It's just about to come up on our screens, the players as well. And they've got to start getting nervous, Edelweiss, at that point. They lose this, and it's already not just match point,
but tournament point.
And that is crazy.
What is going on? Edelweiss need to find something. Polar off the backboard, tried to bump Yagi out of the way. He needed his teammate to come in for the shot, though I don't think Mirror was in position. He's back in the back lines, though, as part of the defensive. And Den Monster inbound. Polar passes to Zafir. Texo gets involved, and they're getting so close to them. They're not allowing any chance whatsoever to allow a counter-attack, to allow any sort of good hold here from the Edelweiss side. Zafir now in with the ball's control. Yagi takes it up against him. Off that backboard is where they go for it. Polar beaten. Chance for Den Monster to score a second goal. And Edelweiss, the 5-season run, the championships of every season at TCS, is looking like it's coming to an end.
It's giving me shivers here, Jay. But in that upper bracket, we saw an almost reverse sweep. Could Edelweiss do it again? Because I'm sorry, 15 seconds left to go. Zafir, deny Yagi once again.
And he is being a major thorn on their side. Edelweiss, 5 seconds left. And that's going to do it for this game. 3-0 now for the Coconutters. I can't believe what I'm seeing, Bacon. I never would have thought this would have been a sweep. Maybe a 4-2, maybe a 4-1. But right now, it looks like Edelweiss might not take a damn thing.
When I feel my 4-2 prediction for Coconuts was bold, and then we're getting this, Edelweiss, I look out upon, you know, the arena there, look at the crowd. Edelweiss are the fan favorites. They always have been. They've always been the Titans of Switzerland. They have always led the charge. But now Coconuts, who we've always, you know, jestedly put a little jab at, saying they're the heels, you know, they're the bad guys. But that's always because they've been the best contender year upon year. Sure, we've had Lausanne previously looking to dethrone them, but it's always Coconuts we have the confidence in. But right now, they are the ones looking truly confident, as Texo only just a whisper away, but they are now on tournament season point.
Edelweiss have got to find something. It needs to be a full best-of-7 reverse sweep. 4 games in a row. That is basically unheard of as far as we're concerned. Polar into that corner. Mira trying to find something, trying to pinch it away, but it's back into their owner offensive line. Texas will get demoed out at least, as Affair can take away some of the potential attacking owners for them. But they need to spool up their own attack here. They need to get something going here for Edelweiss. Polar off the backboard. Den Monster in, blocked off by another. They turn it away. Edelweiss looking really scrappy here.
Don't get me wrong, both these two teams already qualified by coming first and second for sure to the TCS International Masters, ! I am in chat, of course. But the difference right now is not only a difference of 600 Swiss francs, but pride. That crown, that trophy, each and every season has belonged to Edelweiss. They requested We Add Wings to just add some variety to that cabinet of theirs. But this time, it could be snatched away. And it's looking like it's going to get snatched away by Coconutters. Another shot on, but Mira just gets the tips of his fingers to it.
Just takes it away. Den Monster ups the fair here with ball receival. Polar with a follow-up. Third man involved, no. Teed away by Texo, followed up by Den Monster. Their counter-attacks have been so much better. Oh, Mira almost sent that to his own net. But it is back here by the offensive lines. Affair crossing it back towards Polar, in towards Mira. The sideboard bounce. Den Monster coming up. Yagi into the corner position. Polar back on, off the crossbar. Where's the follow-up? It's not there. And Edelweiss, try as they might, they just can't catch a break.
I mean, right now, it's hard not to cheer for Edelweiss purely because you don't want this to end right now. Coconuts are throwing everything at it. Edelweiss as well, but nothing is sticking. Yagi only being able to contest the midfield, and Safair taking it high. We're seeing a massive midfield game come on out.
Got a half a game to go, still 0-0. But right now, Coconuts are the ones that are looking better for it. Both players missing the ball. It fake out for Zafir, does allow Mira to come forward with it. Polar also going to try to pick his opportunity, go for a shot. Yagi's there to block it, as per usual. He has been the man in the back lines and now going to try to be a player in the front lines as well. Texo fakes it, tries to force Mira to make a mistake, but he still gets that touch away. So in terms of that individual play, it doesn't work, but it can allow continuous attack from Coconutters.
So Texo there, it was a whiff. He wanted the ball to land in his car as he's doing dodge to make it soft. So that, of course, Mira in defense jumps over it. It just runs it straight on in, nice and easy. A little whiff like that did cost the goal. I mean, they've got plenty of safety net below them, but they want to take this now, Coconuts, don't they? You can feel it.
Polar to the corner, can't find the goal. Neither side yet to score thus far. Where is the opener? Where is that first goal? When is it coming in? Zafair's blocking it here in the blue half as they can't quite seem to get it for the Coconut side. A counter-attack for Zafair. Can he get it past the likes of Texo? He can. That's not the target though. Polar looks for his chance. Texo again blocks it and the Aggie finds the breakaway.
Does indeed. Polar trying to throw it back into the mixer, but Mira can't get the final touch to put it away. Safair has been beaten by Texo, and Dead Monster wants to take it on out wide. Mira's picked it on up. He's going straight for net once again. No one thought it'd be bold enough, but unfortunately, he wasn't on target, and so it's just ever so slightly wide.
Ball in, Zafair taken away by Dead Monster. Ball sent up to the sideboard. Polar involved alongside Mira. He fakes it, but that leaves all the breathing room for Dead Monster on the save. Ball sent over to that sideboard again, up for Zafair to receive. 30 seconds remain. And ball in again, Mirror looking for his chance. Texo and Dead Monster have their breakaway. Dead Monster go to the backboard. Chance now to dunk down, but they just can't make it happen. Edelweiss continue to hold it. It is open for Yagi to take, but Polar to go for the shot. Dead Monster for the save, and 10 seconds do remain. Mirror here with his control. Zafair crosses, Polar to receive it, he sends that high. Can Mirror recover it? He'll try for it, send it close, but it's killed to the floor, and it's in overtime for game 3.
Golden goal scenario, life or death for Edelweiss in this one. One goal, and Coconuts can do it. Yagi once again makes the save, again the difference maker on this day.
Just holding it together for a sweep. Demo in on Zafair, taking Dead Monster to play. Yagi gonna try and set this up though. Zafair from the corner and the sideboard takes it back to open space. He hasn't got all the boost though. He's gonna try fake it. Oh, he's got it! And Edelweiss have a survival round.
They do indeed. But what a massive round after losing a whopping, I can't believe I'm gonna say it, 3 on the trot. Because you got to remember from the upper bracket finals, losing in that game 5, losing game 1 and 2 here, taking the game 3, which is effectively the game 4 because of the match in hand. Oh, but they've got to do that 3 times.
Exactly. And look, think about how much of a struggle that was. Think about how much of a struggle that was for Edelweiss to finally tip past it. And they had so many shots to target. Maybe you might be right about something there, Bacon, because you talked about the idea the shot conversion ratio was so low for Edelweiss in that last game, and it's kind of a similar state here. It's not quite as many shots, but you were just pointing out on the screen, 12 shots to a total of 1 goal. That is not a good conversion ratio there.
At Coconuts, 2. Just 2 shots. They were able to put a lot of balls downfield, but they were wide of net, so just not registering. For Coconuts, that is very, very unorthodox from them, but we're seeing a little bit of a break here. Dead Monster taking a bit of time to ready on up, and I think Coconuts having a moment to talk to each other and say, right, how do we shut down this Edelweiss? Because we're in an area we don't realize and don't really recognize, because they had to make 9 saves.
Yeah.
That's a large number of saves in Rocket League.
Absolutely. And you just look at that and you think that, yeah, the saves are great, but when is one of those going to tip past that final hurdle? And will it come in early for Edelweiss? They absolutely need to hold their lives. And how magical would it be for them to reverse sweep it as well in the grand finals? Never had to be in that position. The last time we were on LAN, they actually took the 4-0 sweep. There was a moment in which maybe you could have looked at, they could have been on the receiving end to Surf's punishment back in Season 3.
That's open behind them. Dead Monster has just caught them napping, throws it towards net, and that was 2-3. Edelweiss, what were you thinking?
All right, sure, why not? Interrupt my point manically just to get a decent open goal in for Dead Monster. Like you mentioned, overcommitment from Edelweiss. And where do we go from here? Is this the beginning of the end still?
I don't know, Jay. That
scares
just,
you.
Yeah, out of nowhere. So uncharacteristic.
Ball up into the corner. Polar. A bit of a attacking onus here. Texo and Dead Monster will find their way back out of field, but Polar still sends it in. 5 points of boost, though. Got to take it to the backboard. Feeds it right into Texo. Polar up, Mirror. Getting the interruption in, can't quite take it away from Yankee's full control. He's find his attack off that sideboard. Zafair will block him. Den Monster coming in with the dribble plays here. What can he do? Texo involved. Good block off. But now Mirror here with the dribble. Yagi to the sideboard bounce. Texo trying to look for the goal back in. And Polar blocked off. Challenged by Dead Monster. Zafair still holds the defensive line. And Polar just tried to add a bit more momentum behind that ball. The challenge of Zafair still close. Polar in to put it off to the side. It's too far wide. Dead Monster holds the defense.
Yeah, and all Mirror can do is just buy a bit of time. Allow Coconuts to pick this one up. Get to the midfield, but again, enough time for Edelweiss still hold that midfield.
Oh!
And found its way through.
Big stuff as well. You could hear them screaming from here. Big cheer out there by Polar. Zafair gets the equalizing goal. We're back to a 1-1. Back at square one. 3 minutes 30 to the clock, so a little bit less time for them to bring it back.
And it's going to feel like an eternity, Jay, with the weight of this scenario. It's heavy, man. Yagi wanting to set that up, and Fair can't reach it again. Another open net, and Polar just cannot get there.
What is going on with these? It's the second time. The second time. It's a fair big miss. No one in the back. Polar was on the way, but he was way too late. They relied so much on Zafair getting that touch. And now we're back in the lead for CCN.
It's almost feeling smack right now, you know? Back at it. And they struggled to find the opening goal, to find that one Edelweiss. They've got to search again. How much they still have left in the tank. Polar's up in the air, but Dead Monster wisely puts that to the corner as Coconuts. Right now, I don't blame them for just want to play a possessive game and just play keep away from Edelweiss. Make life as difficult as possible.
Oh, yeah, set it up for Dead Monster. And now it's within two. A 2-goal deficit for Edelweiss to bring back. This is dire straits.
You can see the stress on those Edelweiss faces. This is when that meditation, the breathing techniques really come into their own. Right now, they got to get talking to each other, Jay. They cannot go silent. They need to play absolutely lights out perfect.
It's a fair ball into the corner. Texo taking it over. Polar crossing. Mirror to receive it. Texo gets there first. Zafair follows it up. Yagi into control. Follow up, bounce back off the sideboard. Involved for Mirror's part. Den Monster down. Going to try and beat out Polar and Mirror. You're going to go past one of them. Yagi back in the midfield line of the sideboard. So long as they stall for time, so long as they continue these attacks, even if they don't go in the back of the net, that will still be enough for Coconuts to take it. Edelweiss have got to find a way to make up two. Polar with a breakaway chance, flicks it, it goes too far wide, the follow-up's not there. The fake's out from both sides, and Mirror takes a shot as Dead Monster gets a save.
Yeah, Mirror had no boost, so he just wanted to launch it, and that just hope that it connects. Polar, that's a super difficult angle to reach. It's back into the mixer though, but once again, Texo wisely drags it away, keeping his car close to that ball. Sort of forces a much more likely chance of getting a 50-50 or a block.
Ball in for Polar, back down in a Texo, immediately reads its angle. Now you're going to grab the 100 from the back lines. Dead Monster going to take it into the left-hand corner. Can he get a shot in? He'll try for it. He got close. Hitting the post instead. Breakaway for Polar now. Going to go for this shot, and he slips it underneath the crossbar. Big goal for Edelweiss. They're back within one.
1 minute 23 up on the clock, and it is super possible right now. Again, Edelweiss just got to keep heads down, keep themselves calm, don't get tilted, don't feel frustration, accept that pressure, be molded by it, and refine yourselves.
Texo had the perfect chance to get across the Dead Monster, and Zafair blocks it away from the net. Can he hold it for even longer? Polar might have to do so. Yagi there with a chance. Mirror's going to have to go up high, take it away because Texo's on his way in from the other side, taken back into the Coconutter's hub, but 60 seconds. Edelweiss still need to find one.
That they do, trying to just put this towards that back post, but it's blocked on out once again by Coconutters. Everything Edelweiss are trying to do with so much movement is getting closed down.
Zafair here with a dribble. Mirror's going to try and out-fake a pinch. Zafair, 3 points of boost, flicks it out. Texo interrupts. Yagi to receive on the other side. The dribble plays. The goal attempt. The demo's in! And Yagi has put us back to 2. Edelweiss, they're on the brink.
They're on the ropes, Jay. That's it. 16 and a half seconds a goal. That is a near impossible task. But I mean, if you were going to think of any team to do it, you'd want that team to be Edelweiss. Above net, Zafair steps up off the demo, and they still carry on.
Every single move is to fight for survival for Edelweiss. 27 seconds to score one. What have they got up their sleeves? What is the ace? What is the play? The ball's off towards their half initially. Yagi's going to try and look for another good goal back. If they score one, it's game over. Texo down, playing up Polar going to try to receive this ball. Dead Monster in. Texo's got no one there. The demo's involved, however, takes out the offensive line. And now Zafair has Mirror to try and go for the shot. He'll go for it directly. Ball off backboard. Polar's right there! And they brought it to 4-all. Edelweiss refused to die.
Oh, but Coconutters will not allow this to happen. This could anger them. We'll have to find out. 6 seconds possibly could be done now, but I expect that OT.
Okay, just taken away better by the defensive. They're still going to go for it. Yagi involved with Texo. He's gone for it solo. It's gone too wide. And overtime is indeed on the table. Another golden goal for Edelweiss to try and keep their lives in the grand finals. Polar here going to try to become the attacking pressure. Dead Monster turns it off to the sideboard and the corners. Zafair involved. Yagi in, awkward ball. It is cleared away by Zafair, but right in open space. That was the perfect chance for Coconuts to press forward, and Dead Monster going in for a solo play. Beats one, can't beat the second. Mira finds the clear.
That he does. I mean, the stress right now for Edelweiss. I wouldn't be surprised if Zafair walks away from this with grey hair. Opportunity to open up, but Polar just cannot be out. Dead Monster once again just trying to get the touch, but Coconutters stand strong.
And Dead Monster stands in the blue half with an offensive play alongside Texo. Mirror takes it away. Dead Monster
Big
demoed
mistake.
out. Zafair here with control. He's got two to beat. Demo's involved. Where's the third man? He's beaten out by Dead Monster, the only player to get a touch in on that one. Texo gets his save as well for Mirror's follow-up, and now Dead Monster's on the breakaway. He's beaten one. He will beat two.
Yeah, it's fair there looking for Mirror, but Yagi had other ideas. Put it to the corner. Polar wants to find Zafair, but they've got a little bit discombobulated.
It might have almost faked out the Coconut side. You see them all drawing their attention towards the left-hand side of that net. Zafair, the 100 boost, having Mirror in the center to find. Dead Monster tees it up. Polar, block it, send it out wide. No boost left, corner in, bounce out. Polar takes it back down. Bump in against him, Yagi involved. Dead Monster leaves it. Mirror also tries to fake it. Can't get it past Yagi though, it's a bit too far wide. And Zafair with an awkward defensive dribble. Texo takes control, no boost. Dead Monster, double tap. Now Yagi in with a finishing blow, no. Zafair's too close, Yagi's too far, and the count is involved for Edelweiss. The seconds tick by, the pressure piles on. Pinching past the Polar. Edelweiss, they're bringing this back.
Oh, it's now 3-2 in favor again to Coconutters, but Edelweiss, they know, they think of that throne, that trophy as theirs, and they are not going to just walk away willingly. They will fight tooth and nail for it, and right now you are seeing some of the closest clutches Rocket League we've ever seen.
And what did we say on the desk? A wounded beast is just twice as dangerous. Wounded Edelweiss from the lower bracket, down, not out, close to it. Still one game could make the difference for Coconutters to become Season 6 champions. But you look at this, you look at the way that Edelweiss are playing, and yes, they are small margins. It is a game of margins. It's a game that could still come up for them. We are in with another one in the best of 7. 3-2 to the board. Game 5 gets underway. Ball up for Dead Monster. He slips past as the defense just doesn't hold again.
Yeah, just Zafair here. Look at that. The jump up and then gets bumped by Yagi as well, deeper, further into the net, and he just cannot recollect himself. That's going to be a very harsh blow to Edelweiss, but I mean, we saw them come back from way, way worse.
Wow. Polar down into the floor. Yagi to receive this ball, send it out to the box, and Zafair is there to hold it off. Ball up and over. Yagi has to defend against this, and he will be able to do so. Zafair in a sideboard. 71 points for him, but leaving it for his teammates. He's just not in the right position. Mira involved against Dead Monster, sends that one up high, off and on to the target, but not able to go past the line, unable to get the goal in itself. Ball close from Polar, trying to go for a bit of a solo play, but unable to make it happen. He can set up Zafair though, and it's 1-all to the board.
You have to question what on earth happened here. Look at this from Yagi.
I don't know what happened either.
A misinput. Instead of, I don't know, double jump in. So, of course, dead zones are a thing, right? Just as soon as you're like, how far you have to go on the control stick to register an input. That sort of thing happens to me way too often, where you've got the slightest bit of right, where you've been trying to angle your car out and you just have not got the analog stick dead straight, and so you flip in that direction. I'm assuming he wants to double jump into that.
Polar! Oh, watch Polar on this replay. Because look at him, he shoves Yagi out of the way and then shoves Texo, opening up the line perfectly for Zafair, who saw Dead Monster, read his movements, put the ball above him, and Edelweiss looked like championship material again.
They do indeed. Like you said, you knock them down, they get back up, forged by fire, this Edelweiss side. Boy, are they looking refined. Possibility for the third goal. Polar can't convert it. Admira has to back off. Ways to do so.
Too quick to the ball's path, Dead Monster. Too quick to the counter. It's too high off the crossbar. Not to be. Yagi will still have midfield presence, still have boost to go for ball into Dead Monster. Blocked off by Mirror again. And now Zafair with the counter. He's got all of his teammates in the back lines. Ball centered, Polar intercepts, goes to the back ball once again, but unable to go for a goal itself. They're way too far back. The booming clears are just not going to work in this matchup. Ball off the back ball again, Zafair's got to take that away.
That he does. That's a bit dangerous back into the mix, but it has found Zafair, and he's looking to just run it, demo for his efforts as he wanted to run down to the corner 100. But Edelweiss have found the flow of Coconutters. You can feel it.
The ball in for Mira, takes it up into the midfield. Tear off, Polar wrapping around. Going to try and grab it, misses the ball entirely. Leaves it for Zafair instead. Shot to target, double commit. No punishment involved. Zafair takes it up and over. A save indeed. Polar to that backboard. Texo in. Dead Monster and Yagi going to look for their ways up. Yagi going to go for the solo play. Can take it to backboard. Dead Monster can't line it up. He'll send it to the left where Texo is there to receive it. Polar looking at the block out now. Dead Monster's got to break away. But Yagi blocks it in the midfield. Still Mirror beats him out.
Only just Polar with a shot. Dead Monster once again. How many times have we seen Polar and Dead Monster shoot upon one another? That rivalry has been so strong this evening.
Mirror. Ball into the midfield. Dead Monster challenging. Zafair and Yagi going blow for blow. Polar trying to get bumped out of the way, but didn't quite make it. And Mirror finds his clear out, but Dead Monster's the perfect player to receive it. Send it up high again. Polar, no boost to receive. Still finds a lot of power behind that ball, but it goes back towards Yagi looking for his solo play. He's double. It's not allowed on the backboard again. 45 seconds to the minute. Time is starting to run short on Coconut as they're only a single goal away though, Bacon. This could still tip at the drop of a dime.
Could indeed. Look at how Edelweiss want to move that ball around the pitch to one another, continuously just looking to put it in the path of another teammate to then carry it on moving. They don't want any awkward slowdowns. You think of Coconutters, how do they respond to that? Because they're not necessarily being starved the boost at all. Possession again is a little bit more difficult, but they just cannot pick it up. They just can't get a hit that's confident enough because they've got to be so spread out to cover so many different angles of opportunity.
60 seconds, Dead Monster with the dribble play. He's got Zafair to beat. Zafair beats him instead. No one's in the back lines though, the ball's off center. Zafair's still going to go for the shot. Yagi comes up with a save. Polar tries to put it to center, but there's no player. They go for the shot. Mirror continues. Back in. Texo shot out from the midfield line. Polar can find a save. Zafair involved off the back foot alongside Polar to come through to the corner. Can he look? Yes, he can. Mirror comes forward as well. Where's Zafair? There he is. Texo still beats him out though. Where's the counter? It's coming in now. Polar, no points to boost. They're very starved here on the Edelweiss side. Dead Monster from the ceiling goes for his flip reset, and he's got it! 2-2. Coconutters don't want this to go any further.
Are we going to see another OT between these two absolute gladiators? 19 seconds on the clock. Time to close this out now, Coconutters. I mean, you don't want to go to another OT. They have not boded well for you, have they?
Oh, look at the controller text, so he definitely feels that way. 10 seconds remain, though. It looks like OT might be a complete formality, eventuality at this stage. 2 seconds. Texo, one final attack. Bounce out. Yagi to receive it. It's going to get sent to floor, though. Polar's going to try and ensure he bounces off the crease instead. And Den Monster up. Mirror and Zafair here with a double play. Into Polar now. Can he go for shot? It's high off crossbar. Goes for his second touch. Mirror commits with him. And he cannot get the goal. 2-2. It is another overtime.
Oh, so many different ways that could have ended. Deep in the corner right now. Texo wants to get away, but Polar digs deep. Looks to run this. He's got no boost, but a flip, so he can go the extra distance. Lines that up. Force the fair. Wants the body block it on in, but it's just not possible.
Yagi sends it over to Polar. Tee up for him, trying to find Mirror. Texo gets his chance to counteract it, and Polar leaves that for Zafair. Tee up. Den Monster into the corner, no boost there for him. Zafair with a challenge, no player can go for that shot. Texo's on the breakaway. Can he punish this? Can he turn it into a goal? Can he turn it into a championship? Here for his team. Yagi puts that close. Zafair cannot afford to whiff that, and he doesn't. The ball's in the midfield line. Yagi looks for control. Shot out. Texo. Receival. Where's Yagi? He goes for the final strike. It still goes wide. And Mirror with a demo. Polar with a clear. Sends it to target. It will be blocked off. Zafair will look for the counter attack. Tees it up. Light touch on the ball. Doesn't equate to an attack. Texo instead. Back in. Mirror has the ball.
Yeah, Mirror's looking for Zafair there. Zafair wants to try and find Polar, but Polar's like, buddy, I need boost. I need to get back. I'm not a valid option right now. So Zafair's just left hanging downfield.
Ball in for Yagi into the corner. No boost for him. That's still an awkward bounce out. Zafair's got to take it past, and that's what he'll do. Texo to the ceiling. Polar dribbling up. What boost. Control. Great control from him. You're right about that. Will it equate to the goal, though? That's the problem. The finishing touches are just not there. Zafair's beaten. Texo has the dribble. Polar has got to get blocking it. Oh, it's an own goal! And Coconutters have done it! They have done what Lausanne, what Arctic, what Shark could not do! And they have dethroned the kings of Swiss Rocket League!
From start to finish, the story of Coconutters is the story of Texo, and it's going to be Texo to put the nail in the coffin. Edelweiss will have to just sit down and take the L on this one, because Coconutters are the new crown kings of Switzerland as they take the Season 6 trophy.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable with how that one went down. The reverse sweep set up by the boys on Edelweiss, but they just could not close, Bacon. Syntax is completely shocked. He doesn't know what to do with himself. I don't think we know what to do with ourselves here, Bacon.
So that's the thing, right? We're all going, this is the time it happens, but you still don't believe it. You're not ready for the moment it happens. And I mean, when you saw the reactions of the players at the end, I think it still was not even set on in for Coconuts that they are the new champions of TCS. That's absolutely bewildering in so many ways.
A 5-season dominating streak has just come crumbling down. Edelweiss. Just what happened there, Bacon? Why couldn't they get it going?
It's just coming down to the way that they're playing is very much just pressure, 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 very much offense, 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 and then just wait for the opening. They themselves weren't necessarily creating enough openings, but at the same time, the way that Coconuts play right now, with having so much trust, so much capability in themselves to be able to cover so much space, to be able to cover up so much of the net, that every single save only requires one defender, so that those breakaways, those passes, those saves, then find another player and continuously keep the ball rolling. It is so difficult to break up.
Well, what a sweaty time we've had here in the commentary box, and definitely a sweaty game for both Edelweiss and Coconutters, but it was the Coconutters to do what they always set out to do, for Texo to do what he always set out to do, and to win the TCS eSports League. 4th season, he said it was his, and now it most definitely is. A 4-2 series to the favour of the Coconutters, and we're going to hear from the boys as Strike joins us next to the trophy.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have the winners. It is Coconutters. Congratulations. Can we get some applause again in the studio for Coconutters, ladies and gentlemen? It was It was such a battle. It was impossible to look away from the screen. So close, so many goals, and then they came back, and then you went back in again. You look super cool, dude. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit exhausted after all these close games, but I'm happy to be the Swiss champion.
Swiss champion, ladies and gentlemen, the TCS eSports League Season 6 champions. Just the way this rolls off the tongue, pretty beautiful, isn't it? And so, like, are you happy with your performance in total? Are you like, okay, it should have been easier, we should have gone harder? Or are you ultimately like, nah, it was everything like I wanted it to?
We were shaking a little bit more than I wanted to, especially me. But I'm actually really proud of my team. We played really well. Even in all the losses, we were still feeling like we got the upper hand, even though we lost. So we were really confident.
So I guess I can say Coconutters, Kingslayers. How does that sound?
More like Coconutters, the Kings.
Ooh, we all heard that, and we're gonna go back to this next time we see you on the screen. Before we go to the final big trophy lift, we're gonna have to go through the other contenders tonight that played so well and that did an amazing job. On 4th place tonight in the TCS eSports League Season 6, Sparks Gaming. Can we have you over here real quick, please, Sparks Gaming? Well played, well played, and of course, it was awesome to have you as always. This is your check, over 600 Swiss francs. Congratulations, can we get some more hands for Sparks Gaming? And that's it for Sparks. On 3rd place in the TCS eSports League Season 6, we have none other than Slightly Salty. I hope they're only slightly salty. And the 3rd place check for you is 1,200 Swiss francs. And of course, the medals, ladies and gentlemen, Slightly Salty. Well done, guys. GG. A tiny little bit, maybe, just so we got some space. And now on 2nd place, and so close to continuing the line, but it didn't just work out, ladies and gentlemen. Edelweiss eSports! And of course, they get their check over an amazing, an amazing 1,800 bucks and the silver medals of TCS eSports League Season 6. The spell has been broken. It has happened. We have new champions after all this line, and now it is time for the big moment that everybody has been waiting for. I present to you the winners. Yeah, maybe a little bit. The winners of the TCS eSports League Season 6, the champions, the Coconutters! This is your trophy, lift it up. Congratulations! And of course, you get a check for 1st place over 2,400 bucks. Can we get some more applause in after 12 weeks of battle? These are the winners, ladies and gentlemen, the Coconutters, and of course the gold medal. And not to forget, the 2nd and 1st place of the TCS eSports League Season 6 will come back in the TCS International Masters Final on July, actually, it's already June. On July 12th. And with that, from everybody here, let's go back. Let's get the talent on the stage. Did an amazing job, ladies and gentlemen. The casters. Mr. Cool. And of course, our analysts. Amazing job, you guys. Thank you so much for a job really, really, really well done. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Of course, it was amazing to listen to you and to get your insight on all these games. And I guess that's it, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Spike. This was the TCS eSports League Season 6 Finals right here from Lucerne, from the Transportation Museum, the Red Gaming World by Logitech G. And I wish you all a beautiful evening. Play some more Rocket League. It's worth it. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.
that takes me looking at it. Cara, however, we've seen this one before. Lessons learned.
Kicking off the sideboard, back down. Oh, what a connection! No! It was ridiculous!
Move himself around the pitch to keep his speed high. And he knows that just from a double jump, he can get great.
Get this ball down, we'll score. The longer this goes on here, Edelweiss becomes the favourite. It's not like they weren't the favourite to start with, but take it where nobody thought in a game 5. And this air dribble, Oh,
Thank you.